The time is now 4:30 p.m. on Monday, June 22nd. I hereby call this Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alameda is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is, oh, sorry, Ms. Burns?
Physically, I'm present.
Ms. Mouchette?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 3 members present.
We have 3 members present, and we will await quorum.
I am way over here. Oh. He wants to introduce himself to me? Yes. Okay.
Are you walking over to me?
I guess. I was told you wanted to introduce yourself.
Oh, I did. My name's Rob Booth. I sent you some information regarding PFAS litigation, and if the issue comes up tonight, I'm here to answer questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Geez, I
Don't
feel
act
bad you
like
walked
you're
over
so
around.
bad. Okay. Tanya. So last night on the couch, she was batting at my nephew's hand. He was teasing her. She was batting at him. She was on the ledge of the couch. He took her upstairs to go to bed with her. She laid there until he was asleep. On the kitchen floor. And she was stiff and cold. I mean, Ethan had to dig quite a deep hole because he didn't do it wide enough. So she ended up like this, and she was a big cat.
I know it's hard. I know when I had to put
Your dog
my
down.
sons, and I should have put him down like a year before, but he walked out to like the oak tree, like, look, I'm done. Hear me right here. I had to pick him up, and I'm like, okay, I put him down.
Well, I
There
have
were guinea pigs with my cat. My daughter.
I have cremated all my dogs, and I have my friends 2 dogs that I finished their championships on, and one of them was unofficially mine. You know, we co-owned her. She was fine at my house. She traveled with me all the time. I showed her for years, and so I have Dreamer, Verity, Venture, Chimer, Robbie, Ebby, Coda, Misha. All of them are cremated at my house. I think I got 8 or 9. I might be missing one.
I quit buying
No.
guinea pigs. And my daughter has cats. She's got this creepy cat that when you look at him, he goes, she's like, oh, did you see Penelope in the back? They live in Detroit. I said, where was Penelope? She's like, above, like the toilet, because she likes to look out the window.
No.
So she's like this high up, so you don't see her. And she's like, I'm like,
Well, yeah, it's above your sight line.
yeah, I'm like, cats are creepy.
I love my cats. I had no intention. Every time I wasn't going to have any more cats. I liked it. My dogs, when I travel, 90% of the time, they're with me. So if I go to my friends for the weekend, they're with me. If I go to a dog show, I take everybody with me because I don't have anybody. Well, I do have somebody living with me again. But yeah, but I don't ask them to take care of my dogs. I only got 2 right now, but I wasn't going to have any more.
Councilman, before you sit down. I live in Shelby Township.
Okay.
And I'm working with lawyers in Louisiana on this case.
Got it.
What do you?
I'm a government GovTech, so we are creating the video system for streaming their meetings,
Oh.
agenda creation, legislative management.
What's the name of your company?
Granicus.
Oh, of course, yeah. I have 35 municipal clients, half of them use Granicus.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know what you guys are.
Meeting solution, website solutions, communications.
Yeah, you do a nice job. It's really easy to find things, past meetings, videos, minutes, agendas.
Yeah, it's only getting better too. It's crazy with AI and everything else too. There's the searchability. There's a lot that's going into it now.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Wow, what time is you up, lady? Oh, I'm gonna go. Okay, come on. No, what you did to me, you didn't come with stuff. Hello? Pretty clear.
Madam Clerk, the time is now 4:51 PM and we have established quorum. I would like to do a roll call for the record.
Mr. Alamy?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person, City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery in disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. At this time, are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? I have 2 additions that I would like to order without objection. One is going to be add-on number 1, which is a resolution to grant a KISS for legislative meeting and records management operations and equipment. And the second is a resolution recommending the vacation of 0.07 acre section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to the northern parcel line of the property located at 718 Harrison Street. Councilwoman Burns.
I would like to move the special order up to after public speaking.
All right. I will go ahead and order that without objection. So, Madam Clerk, we have add-on number 1, which is the resolution to Granicus for legislative meeting and records management operations and equipment. Add-on number 2, which is the resolution recommending the vacation of a 0.07 acre section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to the northern parcel line of the property located at 718 Harrison Street. And we are also going to move the special order discussion item to, did you say after public comment?
Yes.
That's in the middle of council response.
Oh, I'm sorry, after council response.
So we'll move it to after council response.
Forgot to respond.
Madam Chair,
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 260211, if the council would consider moving that to the beginning of resolutions, because we do have someone here from the DDA to speak to that resolution, and I think she might not be able to stay for the entire meeting.
Okay, I will go ahead and move 260211 to the top of resolutions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we've made our agenda changes. There is a request for closed session. I don't see Madam Clerk, there isn't anything on the agenda, but there's a request. So what are we doing there? It's in the back. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, perfect. Before we take a vote, can we hear from the city attorney, please? Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Through the chair, the law department is requesting a closed session on the PFAS settlement lawsuit. I understand we do need 6 members to go into closed session for a vote. So we're asking that we receive that vote in order to discuss prior to the special order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion to go into closed session.
There is a motion by the councilwoman in the 4th ward to go into closed session. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call, Madam. Okay. Councilwoman in the 5th ward.
Madam Chair, through you to Attorney Gurley. Attorney Gurley, can you give us, without giving it all, can you give us a little bit about what this is?
Sure.
About?
The special order was listed, I believe, on June the 8th. And so it is the city's position that we need to talk about what the settlement offers, the potential restrictions that are in place, as well as additional information that council needs in order to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
Thank you. I will be voting no, because for one, this came May 15th, and it should have been given to the public then. And it would not have come to the public. We have a hard date, July 1st. So we need to talk publicly. You need 6 people here. I will not be voting for that. Let's get this done. We will not be convening for 30 days, I believe, because we won't be here. So I'm not understanding what's so secret about, if you Google the 3M DuPont lawsuit, there's information out there. There is information. So I will not be voting to go in executive session to talk about something that's already on the internet.
Through the chair. Just so it is clear, there is a lot of information on the internet about the PFAS. There are certain things that the city needs to understand in an executive session to make a proper decision.
I'm not going.
And I think that the information that's on the internet is available to everyone. But I think it's important that you not make a decision without having all the information. Thank you.
I agree with you.
I'm a firm no. I get what you're saying. They had all that time from May to do that. And we are done. I'm not doing it. We are now gonna do this special order and I'm done. I wanna go home tonight. So they had to May 15th do an executive session. It wasn't done. I'm gonna be good because there's 22 other communities that were in here. We're the only one that's not voted to actually go into it. 22 other ones. You know, and we got a special order to have discussion. She can put the special order to the back of it. If we want to do it, put it to the back. But not right now. You can bring it back up at the end of the, but I'm not doing it before. Yeah, she can do that after the special order, yes. Yeah.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no. Madam Clerk, am I able to make a motion to go into closed session after the special order discussion item?
So this motion failed.
Right.
If you want to move the closed session to later on in this agenda and reconsider the closed session vote, you are able to do that. So, but you'd have to vote at that time. So you're asking if you can vote again on this closed session? You're asking to be able to vote again on the closed session? So you can reconsider this motion at a later time during this meeting.
How much later can so I can ask for reconsideration after the special discussion?
Yeah.
Because
Correct.
that's later.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so that motion fails. We will not go into closed session. Moving on, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, councilors. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, about this closed session situation, as a citizen of Flint, Michigan, I don't appreciate you people's not being not transparent to we the people. You see what this guy back here only introduces his name to you privately without on the microphone, talking about Peapot settlement. Detroit then already done sued Flint for poison or something, Peapot in Flint, and Burton didn't even hook the sewage pipe up to the sewage when they hooked the Flint water to their apartment. Burton got the same thing this person here talking about now too. See, we, the people, you see, the people supposed to be here ain't here. Supposed to have 6 votes to go back and answer why come they ain't here to vote just because Candace Mashak talking about having anyway in other councils and right in front of we the people face like we as okie dokies go for anything. But thank God for Madam Burns, Tanya Burns, she checked you right at the door. Hello, Candace Mashak, before you go any further, which is and our attorney over there talking about, and listen here, to the city attorney, you're supposed to be for us, not against us. We the people of Flint. What's up with you? Huh? Say something. That's what I thought. Sound like you've been bought out like the mayor with the rodeo. I missed the rodeo again and I got this at the first day I went, the rodeo was started in Flint, the black rodeo. But thank God to my men's Father's Day was yesterday. And the deacon came by my house, told me I got to wear something like what the Cowboys wear. And I went, and the women's and brought the rodeo to my church and brought some horses there too. And they asked me, Mitchell, aren't you gonna go outside and ride the horses? So I went outside in the front and they was on the front grass. This time I was gonna ride the horse. But I looked at them, there was miniature horses, but last time I got on a miniature horse, I ended up on the ground like Superman, broke his neck. Because the farmer said, he can feel your tension before you get on there. That's what happened, I think, because before I got on there, he took off and I was on the ground. And I just settled down and I looked at the horse. Both of them came up to me and they started eating the grass immediately. So I know it's 2 girls, and one of them named Sissy, but anyway, my time running out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
David Peachy, 4th Ward, East Side. I got a question, excuse me, about the ARPA fund. How much money is left in the ARPA fund? Right now, the mayor, he pulls a lot of that money out for his pet projects, but this taking money out of the ARPA fund to pay people's water bills or to keep us from raising the water rates is crazy. It's $3 million the last 2 years. How much money is owed the water fund? When the mayor first got in office, he says, we're not going to shut your water off if you don't pay your bill. Well, gee, guess what happened? How much money is owed this city for water bills? That would help us out a lot. And over the weekend, the mayor was on the news. A lot of photo ops this time of year. He had the house tore down that had 200 tires there. I don't know what ward that's in or anything, but I know I got a house 2 houses down from me. It's been that way for 6 years, and you know it. There are so many bugs, mosquitoes, and everything. The health hazard is unbelievable. We can't get nothing done. She says it's a safety issue. Well, I know it's a safety issue, but it's a safety issue to tear it down or some damn thing. Always got an excuse. It's just, nobody should have to live like that. We don't want a whole lot, but we want to be treated decent, and we're not being treated decent. Today, I noticed there was a house in Nebraska. Is that in your ward, Nebraska? I see that. You don't know? There was a house tore down there today, completely tore down, the foundation and everything. 2 meetings ago, you told me they weren't going to do that anymore, but they're doing it in certain areas, not our area. You know I've been complaining about it over and over again. All we want to do is be treated right, and we're not being treated right. And that money they're taking out of the ARPA fund to pay people's water bills is insane. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to a lot of people. Make these people who aren't paying pay or shut their goddamn water off. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat, and I still want to play something.
No. And people have this perception of Flint River water as being this awful source of water. You know, it's not awful because you can drink it. It can be used for immediate consumption, for drinking and bathing alike, and this water is safe. How's the water? It tastes fresh, actually. The rates are too high now. We all know that. And we have options. And this is one of the options. Can we drink our own?
So state appointed emergency managers in Flint.
And our mayor say our water is good. Knowing that this water is no good, why can't we have this water tested again? That's my point there. It's a lawsuit out. You want to go in the closet and talk about it. But it's over with after July 1st. And I don't blame you, Tanya. I'm glad you didn't go in a closed session. And Candace was really trying to get you to go. Candace, wake up. Smell the coffee. Your mayor is a liar. And we got to keep saying he's a liar. This water is not safe. It's not good. It tastes a little, Come on now. We as the people got to wake up. Y'all, silly 5 is what it is, silly 5. You'll go to hell for this mayor, and this mayor is no good. And you know it. Anybody that vote for him for 2026 will be crazy. You guys are only trying to get the money in your pocket. You don't care about us. You don't care about the city. You don't care about the roads, potholes everywhere. Today was the first day in 8-9 years that I've seen somebody cleaning the streets. We had three things come down Philadelphia, cleaning the streets. You don't even cut your branches off in the wintertime because you don't care. But it's election time. And by it being election time, you want to do everything in your power to keep in that seat. You guys better wake up. Our mayor is a liar. 1st Ward is a liar. 2nd Ward, 3rd Ward, 4th Ward, and the 7th. Y'all better wake up and smell the coffee because it's time to wake up Flint to get stuff right. This is not right for our city.
Madam Clerk, you said that was the final public speaker.
That's correct.
All right, seeing as how that's the final public speaker, it is now time for council response. Is there any council member who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Mr. Peachy, that house, I just looked it up, and it said it was funded, where the last time I had looked it up, it was not. So I went to the Land Bank's website, and it was added to the demolition list, and it's supposed to come down this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Madam Clerk, I would like to send a referral to you through the law department. I would like to have, because there was homes that were torn down where the police and fire training facility is supposed to go. There's a list. I would like a list of all contractors who have demoed structures and homes and buildings that have been paid since 2020. Homes now, we have a list where we bought homes from the city. We approved homes that were bought from the land bank that were known homes tagged with red asbestos that have been torn down. I would like the list of all contractors who have done demolitions because there were some clearly NESHAP issues. And one of the reasons why we need to do it, because we know that asbestos and the particles remain inside of the lungs. It's something that is serious. And when we have contractors, and we don't know who's doing it, but we do know that asbestos fibers that become trapped in the lungs and digestive tract over time, these fibers irritate scar tissue, leading into irreversible respiratory diseases, lung cancer, mesothelioma. The primary health effects of asbestos exposure includes a chronic progressive lung disease. Inhaled fibers cause fibrosis, severe scarring, thinning of the lung tissue, pleural disease. Asbestos thins the layer of the well, I don't even know what that one is. Mesothelioma. We've seen those commercials. A rare and aggressive form of cancer that affects the lining of the lungs, chest cavity, and abdomen. And lung cancer. So I would like a referral for all since 2020 contractors who have torn down homes, because those homes were tagged red with asbestos.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I'll go ahead and take my time and say that anyone elected to any office who does not do their due diligence and get all information, but yet think they can make a decision, would be sadly mistaken. With that being said, it is now time to move into our special order discussion item, and that is 260240 on your resolution. Discussion item 3M DuPont lawsuit settlement. A discussion item as requested by 6th Ward Council Member Burns for a 20-minute discussion about the $14 billion 3M DuPont lawsuit settlement. Councilwoman Burns.
I think she's got the clock. She's got it on too. Okay. All right, thank you. Ready? You good? Okay, all right, thank you. First, can you state your name?
Yes. Good evening, council. My name is Rob Huth. I'm a municipal attorney here in Metro Detroit. Our firm represents in some capacity 35 communities here.
Okay, and so one of the reasons why you're here is because of the 3M DuPont settlement, and Flint was asked to be a part of 22, I think there's 22 communities which are joining it. And we did vote June 8th, I believe that was unanimous in our consent agenda to approve for Flint to be added, but it has not been added. Can you tell us what the lawsuit, what is the lawsuit, and what does it do for Flint?
Sure, and I'll first say that I've been a part of this for each of the 22 communities that you referenced that have considered this. There's a couple more that are going to meet. Nobody said no. Nobody's voted against it. But I understand Flint's history with water. I understand your concern about litigation, and let's try to clear up some issues. So if you go to closed session, you have concerns, you have a very well-known and competent city attorney. She can answer those questions. I can sit here. If you have questions for me, I can come out. But let me start with some good news, and then I'm going to give you some more good news. Your water has been tested already. It has no PFAS, okay? There are none. Only 2 communities, and they were Gliwa, turned up with PFAS. You're not one of them. So you're probably asking, if we don't have PFAS, what's this litigation about? The litigation is about that when the water was drawn into the system from either Lake Huron or the Detroit River, it contained PFAS. And these 2 defendants, 3M and DuPont, had this forever chemical in their firefighting foam. It had ended up in our water supply. Great Lakes Water Authority and other entities had to spend money to remove it. And the Great Lakes Water Authority authorized this litigation because what's happened is when Great Lakes Water Authority removed the PFAS to give you clean water, it incurred a cost to your residents. So Great Lakes Water Authority is saying, if you want to join this litigation, the money that comes into your community is not going to Great Lakes Water Authority, it's going right directly to the Flint residents. So you're getting reimbursed for an expense you've already paid to to give you water that right now is clean. So good news is you're in good shape. Your water's clear. There are no PFAS. The better news is you're getting reimbursed for all the money you spent to get to this point.
When was our water tested? Do you have the year?
Within the year, yes. Do I have a year? I do not.
Okay. My other question, what is the potential recovery for Flint residents?
Well, lawyers are not allowed to say you're going to get. So we're going to say what it looks like you're going to get is between 1.3 million and 5.2 million.
Okay, now are these restricted funds or unrestricted funds?
Well, right. You may have been one of the communities that opted in on the opioid class action, and I represented some on those. With that opioid money, you had to account for the Attorney General. You had to use it for just specific purposes, and it was spread out over a number of years. This is different than that. The money comes in and can be used for any purpose. If you opt in, you get there's a W-9 from the entity that purchased the water. So I'm not clear whether or not your general fund or your enterprise fund in Flint, but whatever fund purchased the water gets the money from the settlement. 80% of those funds are paid within the next 3 years, starting in the first quarter of January 2027. So no strings attached. Use it to upgrade your system or serve your residents the way you see fit.
Okay, and are there any strings attached to the money?
Well, the only restriction is you have to opt in, and you have to do a couple things to opt in. You have to retain counsel, and you have to provide a W-9. Then you're in. And you may have heard some communities that are trying to do it on their own, none are here in Michigan, and some that haven't turned out well outside of the state of Michigan. So once you retain counsel, and this counsel gives a W-9, that's the string that's attached. You're in the lawsuit. But in terms of what you do with the funds, it's your money to do as you see fit to serve your residents.
So will we owe anything? Are there any costs associated with this?
Right. So this is a contingency matter. That means that the lawyers representing you are going to get paid a fee if you recover. If you don't recover, the lawyers representing you are advancing all the costs to get you to where you are. And if there's no recovery, you do not owe the lawyers anything. If there is a recovery, 8% of the fee recovery goes to the United States Class Action Fund. 25% of the recovery goes to the lawyers.
Okay. So we have a deadline of July 1st. What will happen if we don't meet that deadline?
If you fail to meet that deadline, you could scramble to try to get a claim in by the end of July. But there's going to be continued testing between now and 2030 of the source water. And if it detects PFAS levels different that they will within the next week, the communities that opt in by July 1 are going to be eligible for increased compensation. If you opt in by July 30, that is not available for you.
So is there ongoing testing with this water as a part of the settlement? Will they
There'll
be
be-
testing our water?
They'll be testing on water, not at your faucet here in Flint. You've passed the test already. The ongoing testing is going to be how the water is drawn in before it goes to Gleewa to be treated. So your sources here for that are Lake Huron and Detroit River.
Lake Huron, Detroit River. And what are the other communities that have already opted in? So we have 22 communities that have opted in. What are the other 22 communities, with Flint being the only one that has not opted in?
The ones that have opted in that are, larger, like the city of Flint, Detroit, Warren, Sterling Heights, Dearborn, Clinton Township, Livonia, Canton, Macomb Township, Westland, Pontiac. Actually, when I say 22, it's those that have been assigned to me. There's actually 62 total the Gleewa that have been opted in that I have not had a role in.
So there are 62 who have opted in. 22 is what your firm has
Yes, ma'am.
and Flint has not.
Well, the council took action. It sounds like the administration has concerns. That's what they do. They should have concerns about anything that you get involved with. So I don't see an issue with that. But once those concerns are answered, I'm hoping if you decide to move forward that you provide the 2 documents necessary to make your claim.
So there are 2 documents. What are those 2 documents? The W-9?
A W-9 and sign the fee agreement that authorizes the firm to represent you.
So does Flint have anything to lose? Because it sounds like opt-in, we have nothing to lose.
I am not aware of anything that you have to lose. The community that I live in, the community I grew up in, City of Warren, I live in Shelby Township, Harrison Township. These are places that I'm the city attorney for. Those have all opted in. I am not aware of any possible downside. If council has things that she can tell you about, you should listen, but I will also sit here and you can call me in. The council will tell you that's appropriate, or you can come out and ask me questions. I am not aware of a single downside to you getting into this litigation.
Okay, and I know my colleagues may have some questions. I wanted this to be transparent. When did you first submit this to other communities, like Flint? When did you first submit this to Flint?
I think I did it. I'm going by recollection without notes, but I think within the last month, everybody got it in the same 2 or 3 days from me.
Okay. Well, I'm going to yield the floor because my colleagues may have some questions.
Is there anyone who would like the floor at this time?
Through the chair, I can go
Madam
after
Attorney?
council if there are council members, but there are just a couple of questions that I need for Attorney Huth to resolve here. So
Thank you. Are there any council members who would like the floor at this time? No? All right, then I will go ahead and take some time. So you are saying that it is possible for us to opt in without an attorney. And the reason that I asked, without an outside attorney, and the reason that I asked that question is because, and even though the water settlement has absolutely nothing to do with the Flint City Council, we have watched residents who were not given settlement money, still have not been given settlement money, yet we have had lawyers who have been awarded money, not only the original money they were awarded, but then also interest money that they're awarded. And so obviously you're standing here wanting to represent us. You're saying that other municipalities have opted out and opted to use their own attorneys.
I apologize. I'm not aware of any that did that.
You said outside of the state of Michigan were your words.
Oh, yes, there was a community in New York that prepared an initial claim and then came to this group that I'm with. Their initial claim was for $400,000. It wasn't submitted. They retained counsel, and the claim ended up being for $4.5 million. Because there's a great deal of depth that goes into filing a class action case. So it's not unlike anything. Somebody that's in a car accident doesn't have to retain a lawyer to have representation or a trial. I'm not saying that it is prohibited. I'm just saying it's not the best way forward.
As the attorney that wants to represent us,
Yeah,
I
that's
understand why
fair.
that is.
That's fair.
I understand why you think that's not the best way forward.
That's
Completely.
fair. That's fair.
But what I will say, again, because I think when Councilwoman Burns was asking about attorneys and attorneys' fees, how much did you say that your fee would be?
My fee, along with the co-counsel, would be 25% of the recovery. 8% would also come off of your, before it gets to you, to go to the class action fund that the judge has ordered.
So we're looking at 33%
Yes, you
already
are.
gone from us before we even see it. And do you know exactly how much money we are looking at as a municipality?
That you could get, you mean?
Yes.
You could get nothing, right? Because that's the way litigation is, but your projected payout is between 1.3 million and 5.2 million.
So between 1.3 and 1.5?
No, 1.3. and 5.2.
1.3 and 5.2, and that is based on what?
Well, what happened is they're on the verge of starting a trial against 3M and DuPont. And those two companies said, you know what, we don't want to litigate this issue. We want to settle we want to settle with all the water systems in the country. So they put 14 billion into a fund, and there's going to be a grid when they figure out who's all in that assigns how much each municipality gets based primarily on two factors: how many users you have, and what the testing comes back from the source.
But the 1.3 is guaranteed?
No,
It is not guaranteed.
I'm not. I'm going to tell you, ethically, lawyers cannot come up here and guarantee that you're going to get something.
So we have between 0 and 5.2.
That's right.
Not 1.3, but 0 and 5.2.
I said the likely payout is 1.3 to 5.2. If you decide not to move forward, I can still tell you what you would have got.
And again, you said that it's coming from the source because obviously by the time the water gets here, it is, as we are told, already treated.
That's correct.
Correct. And
Correct.
and it's based off of the source, and off that source, however many municipalities are connected to that source is what's going to be the dividing factor for how much we would get, correct?
No, I didn't. I didn't explain that well enough then. The dividing factor is going to be how many users are in the municipality, because all the municipalities are going to get applied to it the same number in terms of what the contamination number is at the source, because everybody's getting this from the same spot.
And so you said it's already been tested.
It has not been tested at the source. It's been tested at your sink, and it's good. It has not been tested at the Detroit River or Lake Huron. That testing has to be
When
done.
do you anticipate that it will be tested at the source?
It has to be tested and turned in by a week from Wednesday.
So you mentioned 2 dates. You mentioned July 1st and July 30th.
Yep. The July 30th means you've chosen not to hop into the July 1st deadline, and you're in a different group. Not going to be tested then, and it's not the same process.
So
as the July.
technically, July 1st is a deadline, but not the deadline.
July 1st is the deadline if you want to protect your residents. Yes, I feel strongly about that. I'll pound my fists on here and tell you that there's a big difference.
So July 1st is a deadline, not the deadline.
Your words, ma'am.
I'm just trying to get all of the information.
I
You seem
understand.
a bit frustrated with questions.
I am? No, I'm not.
Okay. And so again, you start that testing when?
It has to be completed by a week from Wednesday.
But then you'll do more testing after that, because that's just one deadline testing, correct?
Right. Testing will continue all the way till December 31st, December 31st, 2030.
So if it's testing all the way till December 21st, 2030, you said?
Mhm.
When would municipalities start seeing money roll in from the lawsuit? If they're opting in July 1st, but then testing goes all the way to 2030, does that mean that people have all the way until 2030 to opt in then?
The first question is, when would they start seeing money if you opt in by July 1st? It would be the first quarter of 2027, and it would be 30% of the 33%, apologize, 33% of the $14 billion nationwide is going to be distributed in the first quarter of 2027.
So in the first quarter of 2027, 33% will be distributed. Now, is that your 33%, like the 25 and the 8 that's going somewhere else? So not to municipalities?
Right, so if there's $10 that's coming to the city of Flint, the lawyers would get $2.50, and Booth, get your math right, and 80 cents would go to the administrator. So you're right, 33% of the whatever that settlement amount is, goes to the lawyers in the class action fund.
So then if we were to hire you, you would get 33% in 2027. when would the municipality see money?
When do they get it?
Correct.
In 2027, they get 67%.
Is that at the same time, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's at the exact same time. Right. We don't get paid ahead of you.
But if the 33% is coming off first, you do get paid ahead of me.
I apologize, I lost my train of thought. It is done, lawyers do not get paid ahead. And I understand, I guess now that I think about it, you've had issues here in the city, but the lawyers cannot collect a fee before the client's paid. So no, we're not going to get paid ahead of City of Flint.
So then we would get 100%, and then it's up to us to give you their 25 and them their 8?
I think, no, it would be distributed to you, your 30, just like the opioid is, really. You see how the City of Flint gets money, gets their net recovery. Sometime later, the lawyers get paid.
No, okay, so, and again, the reason I'm asking is I'm gonna use this water crisis settlement as an example again. Lawyers have already been paid twice. Residents still have not been paid. And so I'm trying to understand, when you get your 33%, does the municipality then get its percentage at the same time? Do you get it before us? Do you get it after us? How does that work?
I understand. The history of the water issue here is different than most litigation. I haven't been involved with it. I've only read it in the paper. I get why you're asking the question.
Can we please pause the time? Madam Clerk, I would like to make a motion to put 15 more minutes on the clock.
Without objection.
He supported it already. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Is not in. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin? The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, so we now have 15 minutes and 27 seconds left. Go ahead, sir.
I understand the history was difficult for you with respect to the water settlement. Typically, it's unheard of for lawyers to get paid without clients. And I'm telling you that that's not the way this is going to work. It's going to work similar to the opioid, which I was local counsel on some of those. Municipalities got paid sometime later, very rarely at the same time, but sometime later, the class administrator authorizes fees for the lawyers. Money always goes to the client first.
Okay. And so if you all are testing until 2030 and we opt in here, and then for whatever the reason, the first payment does come on in 2027, but then you're still testing all the way to 2030. Does that mean as you continue testing that more money will be coming in?
Yes. So what could happen is you get paid, remember there's 33% of the payments comes in the first quarter of 2027. As the testing continues, I'll speak to the mic, as the testing continues, the level of PFAS may change, and the class administrator can look at your metrics, and you could receive additional funds. And if you received additional funds, we're going to be entitled to additional funds too, just so I'm transparent.
Of course.
I knew you were going to ask that question.
We know how this works.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, yes.
So that's an additional 33% gone from us, correct?
25.
Well, no, because then we still have to give that 8%. So that's going to be 33 every time. Or do they get that 8% once and then we're done?
No, it comes every time the 8%.
So 33% every time, got that part. Also, if we are opting in to this, I guess I'm wondering, because you're saying because the PFAS levels may rise. So there's nowhere in this settlement that they have to figure out how to stop those levels from rising? Because while money is fine, you still have those levels that are happening and the water is still coming through. You still have that contamination. And one thing we know is that infrastructure eventually ages. Sometimes you end up with governments that don't properly treat water or don't require water to be properly treated. And so while you're saying right now it's just there and it's not coming here, is there anything in this lawsuit that stops it from eventually coming here? Like, how is the PFAS actually being treated other than you're getting 33% and we're getting 67%? Because it just sounds like we're accepting money to continue to possibly be poisoned long term. So how are we stopping that part of it? Is there anything in the lawsuit that addresses that?
Well, the source of the contamination is what caused the PFAS issue, right? It's the source of which was the foam,
Mm-hmm.
The foam formula
Mm-hmm.
caused the issue.
Got it.
So the foam is not being produced that way to continue the contamination in the future. But your point's well made, because even though you stop producing the foam, it takes a while for the chemicals to get to where they could be. So it doesn't mean that couldn't still inch up, but how does it stop in the long term? Well, the product's not made that way anymore.
So if it is no longer made that way, so we're saying today that product is no longer made that way.
Correct.
So if it's no longer made that way today, how are the numbers going to go up? You said that the number of the PFAS level will go up. So if it's no longer made that way, how does that PFAS level go up?
If there was a situation where a product was used to extinguish a fire that had chemicals in it, the PFAS in the foam, it might not necessarily work its way to the site where the testing is immediately. It would be in the ground and eventually work its way to the source. So that's how something that may have happened some time ago could end up contaminating the water in the future.
Perfect segue for my next thing. So in this lawsuit, is there anything that addresses exactly what you just said? Like, how are we stopping it at the source? If we're saying this foam is no longer being made and that it might be resting somewhere and it'll eventually go up and then it's not going to dissipate because it's a forever chemical. So my question to you again is, what are we doing? Is there anything in this lawsuit that is going to stop contamination in the future?
Aside from discontinuing the way the product's made, I'm not aware of anything that's being done in the lawsuit that would stop it in the future.
And so by opting into this lawsuit, and if there's contamination in the future, are we opting out of anything in the future? Is there anywhere in any contract that is going to state at any point in time that if this particular company has in some way, shape, or form something that makes more PFAS or makes PFAS levels go up again, that because you take this money now, you cannot take money later?
I mean, there's a number of defendants. These are two. So yes, if you file and you agree to settle with 3M and DuPont, you cannot bring the same claim against them down the road. So yes.
So even if the claim is true and it is now a different contaminant causing PFAS, we are opting out of the ability to bring another claim against them for PFAS.
I just want to understand your hypothetical. If it's a different contamination due to PFAS? No, I'm sorry. I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, sir. If there's a different contamination caused by these companies that end up causing PFAS, are we opting out of being able to sue them for that?
Okay, I understand your question. So assuming that 3M and DuPont made another product, not this foam, that caused contamination, are you settling on that claim? I think that's what you
Will
mean.
we have an opportunity to bring a claim against them for said product?
Likely not. I don't know the answer.
So
though.
no.
I don't
So
know
they
the answer.
could do the same thing down the line and we could get $500,000, and which we won't even get all 5 because 33% is gone. We have now stopped ourselves from any claims in the future. Also, because I'm sure they're using a different type of foam now, which means there's a different type of chemical. If this new foam, this new whatever they're coming up with, also produces PFAS, which also contaminates at the source, which if the source for whatever the reason has any kind of breakdown and that water ends up traveling through those pipes, are we cutting ourselves off from being made financially whole? Because the psychological and physical damage, you won't be able to pay for what that will actually cost. I mean, if we're being honest, 0 to 5 point something is low balling people when it comes to their health. But that's a whole nother conversation. But if that happens, are we then cutting ourselves out of being made financially whole from that?
Well, no, not under those situation, because you've described a situation where DuPont and 3M are making a product that they're not supposed to be making. You're saying, what if they started again? Well, yes, you would have a claim because they breached what they're not supposed to be doing.
Well, let me tell you, because there are loopholes all the time, especially when you talk about companies and chemicals in water. And so I can easily say, I made something different. This foam now has XY chemical instead of AB chemical. And so now AB chemical is what made you sick. XY, we didn't know anything about. You just happen to get sick off of that too. And so if you were saying earlier, if they do something else, we are cutting ourselves out by doing AB, then if they come up with XY, we would be cutting ourselves out as well.
I understand your question better now. Thank you. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I'll get that answer while I'm sitting here.
Okay. All right. I just would love to make sure that in these contracts, because unfortunately, historically in the city of Flint, we keep ended up in contracts that are unbelievably questionable. And I'm not trying to have us be in the number of people that end up in questionable contracts. And I know my colleagues aren't either. And so that we really would need to see what we're settling for if we're saying, okay, we're opting into this lawsuit. We would love to see the wording in the contract and understand fully. Because what Councilwoman Burns did was catch an opportunity for us, obviously, to opt into something that clearly we are part of the municipalities that, because of that source point and we get water from there, that we undoubtedly deserve something from it. But I don't want us to go from somewhere between 0 and 5.3 million. And again, there are a lot of numbers between 0 and 5.3 that could all not work in our favor. And so I would like to make sure that if we're talking about contracts and opting in and doing all of these things, that we're not opting out of protecting ourselves in the future. I will yield my time. I know that, Madam Attorney, you had some questions.
Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry.
before she speaks.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam.
Thank you. So I do want to clarify some things because I think people would have gotten confused. So you don't monitor. We know that it is the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. We also know that it's EGLE who monitors, and also the USGS, which is Geological Environment, that they monitor. So we don't monitor. So that's not what an attorney firm. It is standard that when you get class action lawsuits, that a third is paid. That's just standard. That's why you hear call Lee Free, call Sam Bernstein, call Jeffrey Feiger. That's what they get paid to do because they take on the responsibility. That's a normal standard practice. So you're not asking for something that's not standard. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it is standard fees approved by the Michigan Supreme Court.
Okay, right. And so when we talk about PFAS, and so they've changed the formula. So with them changing the formula, the testing is, because it's a forever chemical, the continued testing is to see if something rises up from the old or the prior formula. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And so when we talk about protecting ourselves for the future with the now new formula, if the new formula down the line is poisonous or we know that it may be poisonous, that's a whole new separate claim. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or could be a separate claim?
If there's a new formula with DuPont and 3M,
Mhm.
It's not, but it's causing an issue that's not PFAS related, is that?
So the question is, so they have a new formula. We know that if you're using what they call a fire retardant,
Yeah.
that fire retardant that they use to put out chemical fires that they use, so they have a new formula. So they find later that we're not using the old formula anymore. That's done. Is that correct?
Right.
So anything else would be forward a new formula. So they find out that the new formula is made, the hypothetically could be dangerous. Can the city sue? Or
You know what? I strongly believe the answer is yes. I am not going to tell you I strongly believe the answer is yes, and that's good enough for you. I will get an answer of that question before I leave this room today.
Right, and it's hypothetical because we don't know. We know when they do a recall on the car, you don't own the car no more usually. And so that's what they do. So, because I wanted to clear it up, and I think what she was stating, and there's two different things. Why are you doing the testing? Because we know that chemical has the possibility of staying in the water, and so the testing is to make sure that it's still not in the water. You state that testing was done; it was not in the water, as right now, and they will be testing again. And is it July?
The first test will not be at your tap water, but it'll be at the source.
Right, at the source.
Yeah, before July 1. Turned in before a week from Wednesday.
Okay, and then Flint would likely be paid if opt-in the first quarter of 2027. And the first quarter would be what months?
January, February, or March.
Okay, so it would be possible 2027, January, February, March, that if Flint opt-in, that it's a possibility. You can't give us a number, that Flint would be able to be paid between 0 and 5.2 million.
Right, but not in the first quarter. Let's say the number is $2 million. It would be 80% of that 2 million, 1.6, would be paid in the first 3 years. So a third of it next year. It's not all paid right away.
So it's being paid out like the opioid, which is why you compare.
Well, the only thing about the opioid, it was scheduled over, some of them were 15 years.
Yeah.
This is the majority in 3 years.
So this one is paid in 3 years. Opioid was a longer, which we are still being paid over opioid.
But you're accounting. You're telling the Attorney General and you're telling different entities what you're doing with that money. So that is a little different than this.
I don't know if my colleagues need some time to ask questions. Anyone down there? I'll put up.
For sure. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor for additional 15 minutes.
I'll order that without objection. We now have 15 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you. So when you, because the comparison, and I understand where Councilwoman Mashat was stating, people didn't get paid from, and then they got those $1,000 checks. I understand that part where the attorneys got paid, but you're saying yours is, this lawsuit more is closely associated like the opioid, except for the term is not as long for the payout. So the term is 3 years, not over a duration up to 15 years.
80% of it in 3 years.
Okay. And so 1/3 attorney fees, ask Sam, leave free. We know that that's what they do. So I'm going to yield the floor. So because I think people were getting, I listen with an intent ear, you're not responsible. We know that it is the government's responsibility with our Great Lakes to make sure that they do the testing, and that's going to be the EPA, the federal EGLE, which is Michigan, and then we also have the USGS who test the water. And so I think what she was asking, are any of these embedded into the lawsuit that they're monitoring, or is it made is it in the lawsuit to state that over this duration, the government agencies that protect it, but that's naturally their job to do it.
Right. Well, there's
not like they do it right all the time because Flint was poisoned.
No, that is exact. That all of that will still continue whether you choose to move forward with this or you don't choose to forward. You're not changing the type of monitoring that's going on. The Great Lakes Water Authority, though, did sanction and permit these firms to come to you to ask if you want to a portion of this recovery. I mean, and I don't know what the feeling here is about that entity, but they didn't say, represent us, Great Lakes Water Authority, we'll keep the money. They are saying, we collected it from your residents, so if you want to get it back, you can get it back. It's going to you, not to him.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. The Great Lakes Water Authority initially permitted these firms to come stand here in front of you. It didn't say, we're going to be the plaintiff. We're going to be the one to bring the class action and keep the money. We're allowing the municipalities to recover it for themselves. And it's the right thing to do because the Great Lakes Water Authority collected money from your residents to get the water without the PFAS. So this is just a reimbursement of what you've already paid.
So we've already paid into the system for this, so it's getting money back through the Great Lake. So how many did Great Lakes Water Authority, and that's who we get GLEWA, our water from, how many firms did they approve? Do you know?
I
know
am
you're
not
one.
aware of any others but Stag Lucius from New Orleans.
Okay, so there's 62 that have,
They retain that firm.
okay, 62, 22 with your firm.
18 have agreed already, 4 others are considering. I have you in the considering category.
Okay, all right, I'll yield the floor for my colleagues. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So I see that if we were to opt in, that we would get approximately $871,000 to $3.4 million if we opt in. And so I hear that you say that you have municipalities that they're considering and some that have opted out. So what are some reasons that municipalities have opted out?
Nobody said no yet. There's just other ones that haven't said yes yet. They're considering it. That is, I heard that's sure. That's City of Oak Park, City of Hazel Park. Both of the city attorneys have said they're going to likely opt in. They haven't had a meeting yet. And then the third one is City of Bloomfield Township. Also asked for some information. And then the fourth one is you guys, you folks.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to yield the rest of my time and hand it over to the city attorney to answer her questions if possible.
Actually, is there any other council members that would like
Chair.
the floor at this time?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Alamini.
you to the speaker. If we move forward with this, will any funds be dedicated to public health monitoring, testing, or treatment for impacted residents?
It would be your decision how you want to use the funds. If you choose to do it that way, you could. But the litigation will not accomplish that goal in terms of the litigation is not requiring any further testing of the water for the residents here at the faucet, so to speak.
So if we move forward, it'll be at the city's discretion on how they want to just basically use the funds.
That's correct, sir.
All right, so it's no direct funding that will come to residents or anything like that.
It does not go to the residents. It does not. It goes to the municipality to make a determination as what it wants to do with it.
Okay, and then my other question is, does the settlement include funding for environmental remedies and cleanup efforts?
Well, you mean for here in the city?
city,
Yeah,
yeah.
it does not.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any more council people who would like the floor? All right.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Burns?
Thank you. And so I know that we farm out a lot of the likelihood of us handling this in-house, because we use, I don't know how many firms. So I don't know if there's the likelihood that the city of Flint would be able to even do a class action suit and represent itself with all the firms that we use. And so are the only firms that did GLEWA have to approve the firms?
It did approve it, but I I'm not aware of it approving any other firm, but I can't say that if you retain somebody else by July 1, that it couldn't move forward. I don't know how it would.
Yeah. Most of our firms are tied up with lawsuits, long-term, $50 million and more, but I digress. So I'm going to yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Are there any other council people that would like the floor? I'm gonna go ahead and take some time, because maybe I didn't hear that last part correctly. GLEWA approved the firms?
Yes, ma'am.
So GLEWA approved you to represent us in suing them or getting a settlement from them?
GLEWA approved Stout Loisius, the class action firm, to represent municipalities. GLEWA is aware that that firm is in New Orleans and would be retaining local firms to help out with this. So there are other municipal firms that are working with that firm in Louisiana. Yes, there are. We're not the only one, ma'am.
So I guess my question is then, if a municipality opted to represent themselves, would they need GLEWA's permission to do that, or could they just represent themselves?
I have not been asked that question, but I would presume they could represent themselves.
But we're not sure if that is the case, or.
I just haven't been posed that question. I've been to other meetings where council folks have asked their municipal attorney, would you be interested in representing us? And they say it's a class action lawsuit that's been going on for 3 years with a deadline that's approaching July 1. They're not interested. It's a lot to catch up on in a week.
And then my colleague gave a number of how much we could get in the settlement. I think Councilwoman Lewis did, right? But she gave like, Councilwoman Lewis, what were those numbers again? I'm sorry.
$871,000 to $3.48 million.
I'm sorry. What was that last number?
3.48 million.
8 million? 3.48 million? And you said that those were the numbers that we could get?
Correct.
I'm not sure. So, I'm sorry, sir. Her numbers are a bit different from the numbers you gave. So I just want to make sure we have, go ahead.
I didn't do the math, but I thought what councilperson did was just subtracted the lawyer fees. The numbers I gave were 1.3 to 5.2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Request for information.
What's your request? Go ahead.
Well, I don't have a question. I just have a statement. So
Go ahead.
I took away 33%.
Perfect. So what's 33% from zero? Because I thought we said our starting number was 0.
33% is 0, right? It could be 0.
Right. Because I just don't want us to conflate or confuse people when we're saying we have possible numbers when we're all clear our starting number is 0. We could get nothing. So it's nothing to 3.5.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're all clear
I've tried
and
to-
all on the same page.
I keep trying to say the likely recovery.
Thank you. And I need them to pay attention to the words that you're saying, likely recovery. Doesn't mean it is guaranteed at all.
And your counsel will confirm, I am not allowed to come up here and tell you what you're going to recover because there's no guarantees in litigation.
For sure. And that's why we appreciate 0 to 3.5. That makes perfect sense to me. And so I will go ahead and turn it over to Madam Attorney. Madam Attorney, if you need more time, we'll get that to you.
Through the chair, thank you for coming, Attorney Huth. But I think that we have to be clear. It is not a matter of the city opting in because the city already is opted in as well as other municipalities. So isn't that correct?
Yes, but if you don't do any action, you're out. The city did what most of the other municipalities did in Michigan. They missed a deadline to opt out and do their own thing.
Right. So the city already is opted in is
Right.
what the point I'm trying to get. So thank you for that.
But I should be able to finish by saying if you do nothing, you're out, right? You
Well,
can't just ride along.
Well, you still have other deadlines, but as
Right.
it stands today, the city is already opted in as other municipalities are across the country. The second thing is that you said that you represent 22 municipalities.
Yes, ma'am. I said, I made proposals to 22, 18 have said yes.
Okay. So out of that, were there any negotiated attorney's fees, or are you using a standard fee agreement with all of those municipalities?
There were no negotiated fees. It's been standard, same fee for everyone.
Okay. So just to be transparent, is there a likelihood that this agreement could be hourly?
Could be what? I mean,
Hourly, an hourly
oh,
rate?
can you retain, could you retain lawyers hourly?
I'm asking a question is under this because the city has to provide the information that's needed for the claims form, that the information that you need that you have to get from the city, can that be an hourly rate?
So what you're saying is, I want to make sure I answer the right question. Could you retain us to do everything that needs to be done by July 1, but could you pay us hourly instead of contingency?
Correct.
You can always retain lawyers that way, but that's not the way we're making a proposal. So with respect to our firms, no.
Okay. But that is not a negotiated agreement that you presented to council for their consideration. And as the city attorney for the city of Flint, it is in the best interest of the city to be able to negotiate a fee agreement. And so it's not a matter of whether the city will be a part of the settlement because we're already opted in. The issue is how much the city will have to pay an attorney to do the work of which the city has to provide most of that information to the attorney to file a claims form. Second, the Attorney General of the state of Michigan has stated and has warned municipalities that they have to read every part of a contingency agreement to make
Point of order.
sure. I'm almost done.
Nope,
Point of order.
please hold, Madam Attorney.
I'd like
Councilman
to put a
Burns.
motion on the floor to allow another 15 minutes.
I will order that without objection. We now
Thank
have 15 minutes and 52 seconds.
Thank you. So the Attorney General has stated that municipalities have to read all four corners to make sure that they're not paying more than they should. That is the issue here. We want to make sure that if there is an opportunity to negotiate an hourly rate that is sufficient for the city, or even a contingency rate, that the city is allowed to do that. And I don't believe that the city has been given that opportunity.
Well, in fairness, we have reached out to try to get a response from the city. I will say that I don't feel that I could represent some municipal clients at a different rate than I've represented others. So everybody that I'm representing is paying the same fee because that to me doesn't seem, that's not right. So the fee is what's been proposed to you, and it's the same thing all the other ones that I'm representing do, including ones that I work for every month on an hourly basis. They're paying contingent on this.
I think it's also important that the city understands that there are four defendants in this case. It is DuPont, 3M, Tyco, and BSF, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the fee agreement that you're using is an agreement that has been circulated across the country. So you're saying that nobody else, no other municipality has negotiated their contingency fee.
No, I'm not saying that. I did, if you heard that, I spoke wrong. I don't know what's gone on across the country. I'm unaware of anybody paying a fee different than what I proposed you. And I know that the 18 people that I've talked to like this have paid this exact fee. That's communities that I grew up in and live in, and where I know the elected officials. Actually, I've served on one of these boards that's a client. I was elected as a trustee. They're paying this fee. Same fee to everyone. I try to be fair, so that it's the same fee. I don't know what's going on in other states.
And there are more than 2 documents that you need from the city. You need more than a W-9, and you need more than the fee agreement signatures. You
That-
also need the city's flow rates, which would have to come from our Public Works Department. So that's work that they would be doing, that they would actually hand to you in order to sign the claims form.
Well, that's, what I said was to join a class action, you only need 2 documents. I stand by that. It is the fee agreement and it is a W-9. The flow rates and some of the additional information is going to be needed, but that's not needed to be a member of the class.
But in order to sign up, can you explain to council all the documents that you would need from the city of Flint in order to have the claims form uploaded to the settlement website?
I'm pulling it up. Thank you. It would be the flow sheet that you suggested, and you have to submit the contract between the City of Flint and Great Lakes Water Authority. I am unaware of any other documents.
And the flow rates that you're talking about that I first brought up are from the years of 2013 through 2026.
Correct.
So it's not just one report.
Let me double check that. I think you're right, though. That's correct.
Okay. So there's a lot of work that the city has to do on its end in order to get the claims form uploaded, in order to have its calculations done properly. So again, I just want to stress to the community and to city council that it is not about the city opting in, because we already are opted in. It's also about the procedural process that that needs to be enforced when a vendor comes to the city seeking payments or to enter into contracts. And as you know, as an attorney, you don't reach out to other clients who are represented. And so in the best interest of the city, it is upon me to make sure that the client, city council, understands all the ramifications of entering into a fee agreement without it being vetted properly by the law department.
I agree with you, and I understand your role, and your reputation is very well known in our legal community. But you brought up a point that goes to Councilwoman Mushat's point. We've opted in. Flint has opted in already. If you have a claim, Councilwoman, that I said I'd get back to you on, if you have a claim against 3M and DuPont for this exact problem, PFAS in your water, and you miss these deadlines, you can't bring the claim. You've already opted in. They can tell Flint, sorry, that's what this class action did. It dragged you in. Your question to me was, what happens if those companies make a product that's different to this? Could we bring a case if we sign up to this? I checked while I was talking here. The answer is yes. If those 2 companies are doing something else to harm your residents, unrelated to what you've already held them harmless for, you can bring another claim. It doesn't bar claims for other products. Thank you.
You talked about the testing that is due by July 1st.
Correct.
How are you able to get your firm? how is that firm able to get the testing numbers when the city of Flint is a member partner of GLEWA, and we should have access to those numbers directly because we pay for the water?
Well, our firm has, and I say our firm, I'm referring to myself and the council that have partnered with here, has retained an expert and is going to do and complete the testing from a week from Wednesday. And your question is, shouldn't we know what's going on? And the answer is, of course. You're the client, you're the attorney. If you're the person that wants the information, by next Wednesday, I will share it with you. I don't have an objection to that. That's your role.
I think my question is a little bit more focused, but thank you for that. What I want to know is why can't we get that number from GLEWA since we're the paying customer of GLEWA?
Because GLEWA is not participating. They're not hiring their own people to bring a case against 3M and DuPont. It's not their role. Their lawyers are not involved with this. They're allowing you to move forward. They're not moving forward.
So the city of Flint could hire its own expert and get its own test results. Is that what you're stating?
Hypothetically, I'm sure if it chose to move forward and get that done by next week, there might be some way to do it. I'm not familiar with how to do it, but I can't say that there's not a possibility somehow doing it yourself.
And can you guarantee that your expert is going to have the number of, well, the sampling tests done by July 1st?
I can bang my hand on the table to that and say yes. If you retain us, our experts are already ready to go and the testing deadline will be met. Yes, I can guarantee that.
Then my last question is that there are other testing agencies that can also do what you say your expert can do.
I imagine the answer is certainly yes to that.
Thank you, council.
No problem. We have 6 minutes left.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. So if we don't opt in by July 1st, so we're already opted in, but it's the difference that we can't get any portion of the 14 billion. Is that what it is?
There's a way to save part of your claim, right? So you can opt in. Let's say you're trying to figure a path without retaining us. You would have to hurry up and get everything done by July 1st that you're supposed to and get a part into the litigation. I don't know if it's even allowed. Your counsel's mentioning, well, couldn't we find our way through making the July 30 deadline? And the answer is there is a way to do that. You wouldn't be entitled to the same compensation.
So would the compensation be lower?
Yes, it's going to be lower. It's not going to be higher. It's the same thing happened with the opioids. I wish I had done my background because the communities that hired counsel for the opioid litigation and the communities that didn't, there's two different pools of money. You can see, in fact, they just produced recently a spreadsheet of what the communities are getting represented by counsel and those that are not represented by counsel.
And so the ones represented by council, their pool of money is larger?
Yes, because they're jumping through the hoops, taking on the expense that needs to be made. And that's what the class action administrator ultimately decided in that case. Somebody that is undergoing getting counsel to represent them, getting all of this work done legally is going to get a different compensation than someone that's bootstrapping on at the end.
Or hourly rate. To you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, you stated that this was important and there were also four, it was important. But if it was important, why was this not brought to council with a looming July 1st deadline?
Well, Councilperson Burns, through the chair, this has been something that's been ongoing since February of 2024, when it was approved by the district court in South Carolina. So A, I was not here. B, we have been going through the process of making sure that the city can meet its deadlines. And what we're talking about is a claims form that needs to be filled out. There are 6 pages for it, and then there's an addendum that's 3 pages. So we've been working through it. This was supposed to be a discussion item on June 8th, and we would have been prepared to, try to answer a lot of the questions at that time. So we're not behind, but there's a lot of information that has to be gathered, whether it's with outside counsel or the law firm, or the law department. And we have gathered the reports that are needed. We have reviewed the claims form. We've been in conversation with other municipalities
So
that
what
have
are we
had an
waiting
hourly
on?
rate, which is that's my big problem, is
Okay.
it should be an hourly rate.
Okay, and I don't, yeah, I mean, we know that that's standard. If we're looking at other municipalities, here's my thing. You had this with your name on it May 15th. It was not brought to this council. Someone asked me in Detroit about this. And so when I was speaking, Councilwoman Mashat said she had knew about it. We did not know. So if it was ongoing from 2024, I did not know. And I don't know if the rest of my colleagues knew. So it was not shared with the council. We had zero knowledge of it. And so now when we're saying with this hard deadline, and of course it's the 2 pools, would this have come because this is our last council meeting for 30 days. We wouldn't have had time to convene to have this discussion. So it would have just kind of went away. And so that's why, and not trying to bombard you, but it wasn't fair to us. I mean, it could have been brought at any time in an executive session. It was not. And that to me was a problem because we need to be transparent. I mean, I get the 0 to 5.2, then subtract 33%. But whatever it is that Flint may get, let Flint get what they should be getting. And we are not going to be here. And so holding it, if that now it makes it even worse that since 2024, none of our city attorneys thought to bring this forward. Not a single Flint city attorney. So that means we had Attorney Kim, or was he gone then? Because he got up out of here really quick. And who else? I don't even remember who our city. We had Attorney Cups, who was our acting city attorney. And so no one thought it was important to bring this to council. And this is where we get where residents get angry because they feel Flint or residents don't have a right to know. This discussion could have been done in 24, 25, and early 26. And if it's so important, you stated it was important. Why wasn't it brought forward if it was that important?
Through the chair, if I'm allowed to respond.
If you give me 1 second here, and then I'll let you have a response. I just want to, with my last 30 seconds, when we say opt in by July 1st, are we saying opt in to hiring your firm? Because we're already opted into the lawsuit. So when what are we opting into by July 1st?
You opted into the lawsuit. But if you take no action, you're going to end up with 0. That's a guarantee. You have to do something.
What is the something that we have to do?
Satisfy, one path is hire our firm, have them submit reports. Should I keep talking?
Go ahead.
Submit the documents that council's talked about. There is another path. I'm not familiar with it. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. If you have to do something or you're getting nothing.
So then correct, we have to opt into hiring your firm by July 1st.
And submit a W-9. Those 2 things. W-9, hire a firm. Can you do
The
another-
W-9 to your firm. So
No, I'm sorry. It doesn't go to our firm. It goes to the national so they know who to pay.
So all they have to do is make a decision to do the W-9 by July 1st, and then we can decide on you later.
No.
No. So you are a now or never kind of deal right now.
I didn't, in fairness, 22 other communities are sitting the way you were.
For
It
sure.
all snuck up on everybody.
Mhm.
So I didn't mean to say now or never. That's just the cards I've been dealt with here.
No. And I understand. have something that you need to do, we have something that we need to do.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is if we get that W-9 in by July 1st, we've satisfied half of it, and that means we're still opted in.
That-
The part that, go ahead.
And I haven't done a good job. There's two kinds of opt-in. There's opt-in that occurred a couple years ago that said, if you don't do anything, you can never do anything against 3M and DuPont. They're walking away.
Mm-hmm.
The other opt-in is, we know we're in, we'd like to get a piece of the pie.
And we get that piece of the pie by submitting that W-9.
And retaining a council that submits a report. I'm sorry, you have to get something more than a W-9 in to get a piece of the pie. It's not me, that's the rules.
So even if we say we're opting in with our own council with that W-9, we
That
get
may
a piece
do
of
it.
the pie.
That may do it. I'd let council tell you that she thinks she can do that. Maybe she can. I don't know the answer.
Okay. So because I just want to understand, because again, I don't think any of us are saying, since we're already opted in, we don't want to take any action. We just want to be very clear on the action that we have to take by July 1st, which is simply opting in with a W-9 and saying this is how we will be represented. Now, the other half of that July 1st would be you if we so chose to. But you also had a July 30th date for us too. So if you're saying if we don't do July 1st with you, we can't do July 30th with you?
I'm telling you, if you choose to go forward without us and try and make a July 1st deadline, you also have to have your testing done. Right?
But right. I understand. But what I'm saying to you is we do our due diligence. Everything is done on our part by July 1st. Are you saying that if we don't opt in with you by July 1st, we can't opt in with you by July 30th?
I don't know the answer to that. I have to
Got
check.
it. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your demeanor under fire. So thank you. Thank you for coming in today. You've certainly provided us with a lot of clarity.
Thank you.
And I know that the city attorney wanted to say one more thing. So thank you, sir.
No, more time on the clock. eh?
No, we're good with time on the clock. We're going to let her finish her last sentence. You can have a
I
seat
can
though.
sit down.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's understood that I don't know what information my predecessors had, but I know that if it was something that would be beneficial to the city, they would have done it. And so there's a lot of information out here that's been gathered and trying to make sure that the city is not exposed. So based on the information we have now, that's what we're trying to do.
About time you speak up, attorney. 'Cause if you don't fit, you mustn't quit.
Madam Clerk, I would like to move to reconsider going into closed session.
Support.
And this would just be the vote for to reconsider it, I guess.
I'm voting, yeah, right. to
Yes.
reconsider.
Okay, this is the roll call on the reconsideration. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. So we are now able to reconsider.
Yeah.
Go
take the
ahead.
vote on-
Closed
on the
session.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I'd like to vote to go into closed session.
There's a vote by the councilwoman in the 4th ward to go into closed session and supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there a discussion?
You can have a discussion, but I would just ask that you add to your motion to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing
So.
that specific case.
So moved.
So
as
move
she
what
said.
you said.
Yep.
Okay.
And was supported by councilman in the 1st ward. Would anyone like discussion at this time? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamy? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We will now go into, the time is 6:28. We will now go into closed session.
Oh my God, we have a real powwow now. Oh my God, real banks here. Real banks got over here. What is it? Ooh, my dad showed up.
You need a code.
For
How you doing? Good, thank you.
The time is now 7:28 p.m. on Monday, June 22nd. I hereby call the Special Affairs Committee meeting back to order. Roll call. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin,
Present.
Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Ms. Johnson,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett is absent. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I move to approve, to send the consent agenda to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Are there separations?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I would like to separate resolution 260211.
Okay.
Are we supposed to have a? Actually, that's supposed to be the first resolution on the list.
It's there. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Wait, I don't know if she's done.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm done.
Councilwoman Priestley.
Because the ordinance needs a lot of work, I want to separate that as well. 260228.
Okay. All right. Is that your only separation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any more separations? Councilwoman Burns. 260211 has been separated, as well as the ordinance 260228. 8. Yes. 260187. Is that your only separation? Are there any more separations? Seems how there are no more separations, resolution 260219 will be the only item that will go directly to council in the consent. Oh, wait, we still have 2 add-ons, just in case anyone forgot we had the add-ons. I am going to separate add-on one simply because she's still sitting here. That is the representative for add-on one, right? Okay. Yeah, well, only because she's here. I don't want to waste her time. All right. Are there any more separations? Seeing how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will include 260219, which is the support fiscal year 2026, bridge applications, Hamilton Avenue over Flint River, Stewart Avenue over C&O Railroad, Beach Street over Thread Creek, and add-on resolution number 2, which is the resolution recommending the vacation of a 0.07 acre section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to the northern parcel line of the property located at 718 Harrison Street. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Moving on to our consent agenda passes on to council. Moving on to resolution 260211, which is the 2026 operating millage City of Flint Downtown Development Authority District. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, move sent to council.
This one was put first. It was moved. There's a motion to send to council by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there discussion in the first round? It was separated by Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. Would you like the floor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
Do we have,
Yes, there is a representative from the Downtown Development Authority.
okay. Madam Chair, through you to the young lady, can you please state your name?
Yeah,
and-
my name is Brandy Curtis. I'm the operations manager at DDA.
Hi, Brandy. Brandy, I've spoken to you several times on different issues and instances. You know, I know what, can you tell us exactly what specific projects and operations is funded by the millage?
Yep.
I want you to state that for the record so that the residents know.
Yep. So the millage that we receive is actually used to be able to do trash removal downtown. That is all of Saginaw Street every single day, taking care of Buckham Alley, Brush Alley. Anytime there is a major event downtown, we do all of that cleanup with the trash. So that way we don't have a bunch of dumpsters and things throughout the alley, and it keeps downtown substantially cleaner. A lot of that goes to snow removal. That is salting of the sidewalks, removing snow from Saginaw Street, and keeping all of the alleyways and everything safe for downtown, so we don't want a lawsuit in any which way, shape, or form. That also includes being able to water all of the flowers that get installed downtown, and we just got a grant very shortly ago to install 25 of the missing trees that were downtown. So now downtown has all brand new trees, and we pay to water those trees. We also use that for paying for the salt, water that we get from the city of Flint. With those, in addition, that's to mowing all of the downtown area. We mow 69, 475, all of those. And then in addition, we use that for part of our maintenance services, which is repairing all the equipment that we use to be able to do that.
Thank you. So I'm just going to say this. Last week, I voted no for this resolution. And I'm going to tell you why. When I drive through downtown, and this happened, I was driving a council meeting one day, it was in the winter, and I saw big snow banks right there in front of the McCree building in the handicap section. It had not been cleared out. And I called you guys because that troubled me, that bothered me, that the parking spaces were not cleared out. okay? And you just stated that your job is to clear the snow, the parking spaces on Saginaw Street.
Correct.
And any other parking spaces, right?
Yeah.
So I called you.
You did.
Yeah, I called you. But then you wanted to put the blame on Genesee County or the city of Flint and at the end of the day, if those parking spaces are not cleared off, it's you guys' responsibility to make sure that it happens.
Correct.
Okay? If I'm going to vote yes for you guys to operate this millage, have this funding, then I'm sure that the residents in the 5th Ward would want me to make sure that things are going to happen based on your mission statement, because I had to read to you back your mission statement, okay? Because at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the DDA to make sure that those parking spaces are cleared off. So that's why I voted no, because I feel like you guys are not doing your jobs. And that's why I separated it tonight, because I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen to the discussion, and then I will be able to make an informed decision of whether or not I'm going to vote to approve this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Hi, Brandy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. One of the concerns, does this pay for DDA any policing or security?
No.
It does not. So it is specifically just for,
It's specifically meant for us to be able to help the city with functions of keeping the downtown clean. It is all set for cleaning and operations, to be able to do the salting, the mowing, and the beautification for downtown. That's keeping trash picked up, so that way we don't have a rat problem, because if we don't keep the trash picked up, there's the amount of trash that we pick up in a week. We have a 40-yard compactor that is in Buckham Alley that everybody sees. It is the ugly green compactor. That has to be physically emptied every single week because we have that much trash that comes from Saginaw Street in downtown. If we have a major event that doubles or triples, so today, instead of about an hour and a half to 2 hours at max for trash cleanup, over the weekend with having those major events, we were at almost 3 hours of cleaning up all of the trash downtown to make sure that everything was picked back up and downtown is presented the way that it should be as people come in. And I don't think that that is something people understand, how much trash can be generated from those particular things in the area and the overflow. We want to make sure that, and again, if somebody throws something that shouldn't be in a trash can or something along those lines, it is taken care of. Our snow removal, and the particular time when Miss Winfrey Carter had called me, my team was here at 3 a.m. in the morning. They did have most of that cleaned out, and then as the city comes back through, because we don't have times that match, sometimes there is overflow into those parking spaces. It was removed the very next morning at 3 a.m. when my team was here. We try to get here well in advance before other people to make sure, before people can come downtown to business.
I'm not even doing snow removal.
I know. I just want to make sure that you know that part.
I get that. My time is limited. And so one of my concerns, so you don't use it for any, I haven't seen like the private security. Are they still downtown?
A little bit, yes.
What's a little bit?
They do foot patrol. We went from a whole bunch of officers down here to, I think there's 2 or 3 at different times throughout the day.
Okay, because I know when I was going after Juneteenth, which was beautiful, downtown, which you probably had, it was packed. And one of the ornamental lamps was climbed on, tipped over, and I was literally like you couldn't move, so it took about 45 minutes to get through downtown, but the lamps was knocked down. Did you have,
So we have a meeting the first Thursday of every single month, along with I talk with the police departments, which is U of M, City of Flint, State Police, and the sheriff's department about all up and coming events, so they have it on their radar exactly of how long those events are going on, where they're going to be, with as much information as possible to guarantee that we have enough policing and there is a timely manner so they have enough time to be able to plan for those. So that was put out well in advance that that event was going to happen, and we try to meet as much as possible to make sure that there's enough people in the area for those events and how many people are going to be here.
Because I know vandalism has been an issue prior.
Yes.
I do know, I did see 4 police officers, but I know not the U of M parking lot, there were tons over there. You couldn't do anything over there. U of M parking lot, but when you went through downtown, you had 4, 2 were tying off the lamp that they had climbed. There was a fight that broke out in front of the sign, which it was more than one fight. There was fighting and young people rushing over. And then I saw one sheriff. And so those are things I get. So this money is not for security. So you don't have security like it used to be. I think it was the Garda privately that they were down there.
Premier Security was
Premier,
private owner.
which was nice because you're getting more foot traffic actually down there with people down there. So you would need more security, I would think, to make sure every event is safe. Okay, but this doesn't cover that.
No.
And you need that because we've got several restaurants down there and businesses. And so we know the patrons want to feel safe coming down there. And with the young people, that curfew, I know it's going to be coming up. That's an issue, and it's going to deter paying patrons who want to come down there. So, okay, I yield the floor. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the
Madam
first
Chair.
round of discussion? Councilwoman Priestley.
So Brandy, I know that we are liable for the bond on the ramp, but is that bond paid for, or do you raise enough money through the parking fees that it doesn't touch the millage?
Correct, for the bond payment, we get enough to pay our bond payment.
Okay, and what about your wages? Where do those come from? Do they come from the millage?
They do not. It comes from our parking revenue.
It all comes from your parking revenue.
Correct.
So that's why it's so important that we have
Correct.
our
We,
parking.
we
there.
use the millage strictly for the operations portion, so that way we are following exactly what it was set forth to do. That's how we have it divvied out, is that's specifically where it goes for.
Is it enough to do what you need to do?
To be honest with you, with the amount of events that are coming up, no, because trash alone is a very large expense.
Right.
Independent upon snow is a whole nother expense in itself. Some years, as we've seen, we've gotten very little snow, and then some years we get completely dumped on. So our team, I have 4 maintenance men compared to other people who have substantially more than that. Our office runs of a total of 7 people currently to be able to do what we do. So we have a very small group and we run with older equipment. So we do have a little bit of a higher maintenance cost, but that's maintaining most everything that we have. The newest thing we have is a 2008 dump truck that we purchased from another city to be able to use it to remove snow faster. So most of our equipment is substantially older. So that is where we incur additional fees to keep those things maintained to be able to.
And we
keep
know
them
about that because we are replacing our equipment as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I yield.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Brandy, are you still interim or are you officially?
I am
The
just
DDA director.
I am not the DDA director. I'm the operations manager.
So who's the DDA director?
We don't have one, and we haven't had one for almost 3 years. I have been I got put into the operation manager's position, and I have been there the entire time.
So you're doing the DDA director's position with the title of operations.
Correct.
Is it manager?
Manager, yes.
Okay. Not okay. But I mean, and 3 years, right?
Yes.
That's since the last DDA director who bought mink eyelashes and a few trips, money that was spent not with, that shouldn't have been on a city credit card. And so since then, has it been put out? for the job to fill the position?
I think so. I am not sure. I don't want to answer. I don't want to give you an answer that I'm not 100% sure of.
Who heads that board?
The mayor chairs our board.
So when is the last meeting that the mayor's been at?
He has been to every single meeting we've had.
And has it brought up that we don't have a DDA director?
It's been brought up a time or two, but that is it.
So they're okay with you being just as an operational manager?
Yep.
Doing the DDA job? Doing the doing the director's job. Is your pay the same?
Yes,
So it's just a title, so they're kind of skirting around it.
correct.
Oh, okay. So when was your last meeting? Did you have quorum?
The last meeting, no, but we have a meeting this Wednesday.
What about your meeting before that? Did you have quorum?
Yes.
How many meetings have you not had quorum?
In the last fiscal year, 3.
Okay. Do you need to bring up at your meeting that, with the traffic, you need security. And I know with being downtown, I know the importance of having that. When you see they were in little white cars with the blue, it made you feel more, as a patron downtown, that you felt more safe. Then you need to bring that up at that meeting, because do you know how much your foot traffic has increased?
Just with the county building down here alone, it's almost 400 plus people a day.
Okay. And that doesn't include special events?
Correct. That does not include special events, because that can go upwhere from 1,000 to 10,000 depending on what event it is and how.
And you just had a big Juneteenth. This is the largest Juneteenth I've seen.
Correct.
Ever, and it was great. You need to bring that up. Thank you,
Yep,
Brandon.
I will definitely bring it up at the meeting on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brandy, did we ever get, and I know that my colleagues can probably answer this question too, did we ever get a budget from you guys?
Yep. I sent one originally in March once it was approved after the board meeting, and then we sent it again I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago. I sent a copy to Davina, along with our audit had been already sent to the city when it was completed last year. All of our stuff has been turned in since March.
Okay. I know when we were going through the budget process, I don't think we had anything, but you said about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you sent
Yep,
something?
as soon as you guys asked for it and Davina didn't have a copy of it, we made sure Davina had a copy of it that exact same day. I want to say
Okay.
that was 2 meetings ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So Brandy, I hear that you've been working how many jobs?
Multiple.
Multiple, yeah. So definitely thank you. Appreciate your service. And I hear about from other business owners how pleasant you are to work with, and about the great thing that you all have coming forth this summer. And so thank you for that. Thank you for still staying, because some people with that kind of pressure, they'll leave and go somewhere else. So I appreciate that. Just wanted to be clear. So we are passing your budget so you can move forward to continue doing the things that you do?
Correct.
All right. And you already stated on the record the things that you're doing and have done?
Yes.
You also spoke about the parking and where we stand now?
Correct.
All right, great. Well, I definitely appreciate that, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote to send Resolution 260211, the 2026 Operating Millage City of Flint Downtown Development Authority District, to council.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260211, 2026 Operating Millage City of Flint Downtown Development Authority has been moved to council. Thank you, Brandy. Moving on to Resolution 260187, which is Adopt the Comprehensive Plan Update MOU, City of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
I'd like a motion to send it to council for approval.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
I'm gonna take first ward. Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
I know we received the MOU, but they were supposed to, I believe, meet. Is this the add-on? Or just, this is an add-on? Okay, because I know we had concerns about, yeah, we wanted it redid to add that language in, and I don't see,
Are you looking for someone to come and speak
I
to
don't
this?
see anyone that is
Rod is back there.
out.
Mr. Slaughter.
Yeah, because through you two, Rod, because Rod, I called you, but you went on and got on that elevator last week. You was running up out of here. So, Mr. Slaughter, with the committee, you were here because you stayed, to make sure that the balance was equal across the wards, but they needed to meet to do that, and they could not meet before today.
Correct.
And so what are we doing? This is just, what are we doing?
I-
This is your idea, or their
Yes.
idea. Could you please explain?
Sure. I want to provide you all with, and thank you for allowing me to come before you tonight, but I want to provide to you what will be provided to the Planning Commission tomorrow evening. And I want to ensure that it shows you for a fact that it's going to be proposed to be 2 residents per ward for this process, which is 18 of the residents. The other 3, 1 would be the mayor's selection, then 2 would be the planning commission. The 2 that sit, well, actually, the planning commission as a whole, they'll get to pick 2 additional. So it's not going to be loaded like Councilman Pfeiffer had mentioned, where it could possibly be a 5 and 1 or 2 from each ward. It's going to be a guaranteed 2, then a possible 3rd person from a ward.
Okay, so the MOU, just for transparency, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things, and I am not good at this right now. So I'm gonna set that down, but it was another shooting. And they sent me the Ring doorbell. So this is an act of faith. And so this is a proposed, not voted on yet. So tomorrow they meet, and we hope that they pass this.
They're going, well, I shouldn't say that, but no. They've agreed that what I proposed tonight, because they wanted to wait until tomorrow, but I told them it's not really possible for us to wait. It's too important to get this moving forward. And the idea of the 2 coming before you last week was to create partnership, so to speak, between Planning Commission as well as City Council. I believe with this new proposal, and then as you see under bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the proposed package, is highlighted by at least 2 members. So I want to ensure that you know for a fact that tomorrow this is what's going to be proposed to the Planning Commission, and this is what they have agreed to me verbally to support.
So here's my thing. We don't appoint anybody to the Planning Commission. Everyone that comes for the Planning Commission, it is the mayors, because that's how it's set up in the charter. The mayor's to work with each person, but it's his recommendation, because it's the mayor's vision on what he sees the city, where his vision basically on where he or she wants it to go. And so when we talked about the steering committee, like keeping like a balance, good faith and data centers, because the Planning Commission, there was proposed that the Planning Commission do the framework for everything, but then, it goes through them. And data centers is a big hot topic all over the United States.
Yes.
And so if they're making decisions for us for data centers, we needed to have their meeting, which we did ask. They could not convene a meeting beforehand to do this. But even them saying ultimately it's council's decision, it is still with that planning commission. If they say, okay, we want to do it. I went out there today. I want people to see we are right across the street from where there are homes that are right across the street where they're proposing a data center. And so when we're looking at this, it hasn't passed, but we have to trust that they're going to vote yes on it. And none of them are here.
None of, oh.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
You got something to say, Rod?
Yes, Councilwoman Burns, you mentioned that you can't make a decision as a city council. The first bullet point says that you are able to make one, correct? Okay, so for the other 9, you are correct. You don't control that process. But from the applicants that are applying for the steering committee, you're right, the planning commission does select one from each ward of those who applied. I'm assuming since they applied that they are interested in serving on this committee, not necessarily applying because you asked them to apply, but because they are interested in seeing the master plan be updated correctly for this next 10 years. You're going to have a city council person representative that's going to sit on that particular approval. And of course, we don't know who you're going to select to be that particular council person, but that person would be there to ensure that those who are, that second person that's selected by the planning commission is who you want to represent your ward.
It's her time.
Councilwoman Lewis, I'm sorry. That was how I was going to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slaughter. And also, I just want to stress how important it is to get it passed today. So what are the ramifications if we don't do it today?
Well, the Roof Mott Foundation support that we receive for them for the 2-year grant that they provide for staff as well as neighborhood engagement projects, it's at risk. They did give us a 30-day extension, which ends June 30th. I'm not so much worried 100% about losing that funding. It may happen, but if we know, because I'm sure they're watching the meetings too. I'm sure that if they know that city council is willing to work with the planning commission to say, hey, we do have a timeline. This is what I want to establish tonight, where I can go to the planning commission tomorrow and say, here's our timeline. City council has approved this process of putting 2 representatives from each ward on the steering committee. Now we can say we'll be done with this plan by, as an example, 2 weeks ago before this was approved, if it would have been approved, we were planning on having this done by December of this year. Now we've lost 2 weeks, so it might be January, first 2 weeks of January of 27. But the longer we go, the more it's extended. I would like to have this done by the end of this year and then go to city council for approval first quarter of 27, hopefully January.
And the people that applied from the wards, they applied on their own?
Yes.
All right, so these are people that we didn't put up to it, people that said, hey, we want to serve, because I know that in the second ward, I mean, I have a hard time getting people to want to serve, especially when it's not paid. And so we have residents that have reached out, that want to serve, and they understand they're not being paid, but they understand they want to serve. And so we will have the opportunity to select one person, and then you all select the person. So we will have a say, 50% a say, right?
Correct.
All right, it sounds like a win to me. So thank you so much, Mr. Slaughter. You do have my support.
Thank you. Another I see it's a minute left. Real quick question. Councilwoman Burns, you continue to ask over 3 meetings what we're going to do with the information that Emily did when we went to the community. And in my opinion, nobody gave you a solid answer. We have that information. Max has it. At those meetings that we went across the wards, Each staff member had their individual tables where we sat with the residents. We all made minutes. We have all of that information for every single location we went to. Personally, with this time around, first ward, second ward, third ward, and fourth did not have real good representation. Going forward, the other wards did. I've sat in a meeting with second ward, third, haven't had opportunity to sit in fourth, but I know fourth, and then in first. I know that going around this time, those particular wards, we can get more participation based on what we want to do. And we've already started working on that part to reach out. And I want to work with city council members to make sure we have representation from those 4 wards specifically as we move forward, gathering more information.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair, just real quick.
Councilwoman Priestley?
For the 4th ward meeting, Rod, it was held at Latinx, not in the 4th ward.
You're right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Yes, Madam Chair. And I think one of the things as to why we sent this to Special Affairs from last week was, and you guys, I know you didn't have a meeting yet. Your meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, right? These are the proposed steering committee membership, the feedback that you got from council last week. This was supposed to go into the MOU.
Correct.
Tomorrow, are you guys going to vote for this to go into the MOU?
Yes.
As opposed to what you already have?
Correct.
So what if that vote fails?
It's not going to fail. I can guarantee you that. That's why I'm standing before you tonight. I can't provide you the email to show you the proof, but we sent out a email from the time we left City Council last Wednesday through the weekend. Instead of celebrating, totally celebrating Juneteenth, I was sending emails out saying, hey, we need to go before City Council on Monday. We need to get this approved, and I need total support. I received total support.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the meeting didn't occur Sunday because I would be here saying, here's what they've agreed upon.
Okay. I'm gonna take you on your word.
Hey,
Mr.
I
Slaughter.
can guarantee you next time you see me, whatever happens tomorrow is what I'm telling you tonight.
Okay. All right. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote to send 260187, adopt comprehensive plan update MOU City of Flint Planning Commission to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Yes. The vote is
Thank
7
you.
yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution 260187, adopt comprehensive plan update MOU City of Flint Planning Commission, has been sent to council. Moving on to add on number 1, which is the resolution to Granicus for legislative meeting and records management operations and equipment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to send to council.
There is a motion to send to council by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Seems how there's no discussion in the first round, I will go ahead and take my time. No, we're on the Granicus. I will go ahead and take my time. You're here and you stayed, so if you would go ahead with whatever you've prepared to say.
Of course. Thank you all for having me. It's great to see you all again. Some of you might recall I was here with my director a few weeks back to give a full presentation of the platform solution, how it was going to address the priorities of the council here, your residents, as well as the staff. I've worked really closely with Clerk Donahue as well as IT and some others. So really, I'm here to answer some questions to make sure that we're aligned on how this is going to address some of those gaps. Again, address accessibility, transparency, efficiency and accountability, which we really tied together throughout our conversations, as well as compliance, security, and risk protection as relates to ADA compliance and some others.
Thank you. I'll yield my time. Is there anyone in the second round of discussion?
Madam.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Our computers went down, but are we still keeping the time? Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. So how will Granicus help, and maybe this will be a combination with Madam Clerk Donahue, with our hearing impaired? How will that be incorporated?
Certainly, yes. So I know, sign language interpreters has been a big topic here. You've had repeated requests well over a year, I think, from your residents, and kind of been looking at some Band-Aid quick fixes as well as the bigger picture. So we can definitely handle the picture-in-picture capability. So those that are viewing at home are able to see the sign language interpreter in the small picture without losing that big picture of what's going on here. There'll be closed captions as well as a full transcript. The agenda itself will be indexed, so if somebody only wants to hear about PFAS or whatever it might be, they can click into the agenda items. It'll go straight to that point. Again, full transcript, closed captioning, and that sign language interpreter.
And I just want to add, with regard to the sign language interpreters, I have had difficulty bringing in 2 sign language interpreters for the meetings here. So with Granicus, we would be able to utilize interpreters offsite or remotely. So we can use it in the chambers as well as anywhere that an interpreter is available.
So will we be in compliance with the ADA?
Yes, yep. So the closed captioning and everything will be up to ADA standards, as well as the solution itself. The agenda, everything will be in the right fonts, the right contrast colors, everything that goes into ADA compliance will be supporting you on that.
So is that inside of this, or is it something that you can send to, do you have this, Madam Clerk?
What's that?
The Granicus and what they're doing for the, that makes us with ADA, with the sign interpreters.
So the compliance that I'd spoken about before speaks more to the closed caption for broadcast. Sign language interpreters is more in line with the Open Meetings Act, and again, that's by request. So if we have a request for someone, then we bring in that sign language interpreters. There is no requirement to have sign language interpreters for every meeting. That's only at the request of an individual per the Open Meetings Act. The other requirements have more to do with the closed captioning being available.
So the law does not state that we have to have an interpreter.
Correct. The DOJ only requires you to have the closed captioning piece. The sign language is going a step further to meet with your residents where they've been asking for it.
Okay. And so this through you, oh, nope, there go my time. Okay, I'll sidebar. As long as, if the city attorney, will we be in compliance?
You can answer that.
Could you restate the question?
With the new changes with Granicus, will this have us in compliance with the state and with the ADA, well, with the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act?
I would have to look at that, Councilperson Burns, to ensure before I answer. There are some requirements that I believe this would make the city in compliance with, but I want to be certain.
Okay, so that we can get Madam Clerk to get to Madam Chief Attorney, our legal, so that we can be all on the same page. Thank you.
Of course.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for add-on resolution number 1, which is the resolution to grant a case for legislative meeting and records management operations and equipment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution, add-on number 1, which is a resolution to grant a gift for legislative meeting and records management operations and equipment, has been sent to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to ordinances, 260228, which is the amend Flint City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, General Offenses, Article 1, and General Curfew Sections. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I know that, I'm not gonna do this right now, but I know that it's getting a little late and this is gonna be, quite an intensive discussion. But I know that, I hate to do point ones and all this, but we discussed on, Wednesday about removing the word school year curfew in those sections under all of them. So, and changing the hours, I think by making it an hour earlier for the curfews.
I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
No, I'm sorry. I was thinking about it. And I was just thinking, oh, I've got the floor. Make a motion to send to council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Oh my gosh, I was sitting here reading this and it's just like, I minded. I had a lot of stuff going on today. Anyways, so I know that we were removing the curfew for school year language versus regular and making it an all year type of a curfew. And I also know that we were talking about the curfew being an hour earlier in some cases. So I think I want to send this back. I know we feel it's important to get this done this year, or so that we can be ready for it in July, but I just don't think we can get it done. So I kind of would like to send it back to legislative. So I'm making a motion to send it back to legislative.
There's a motion to send back to legislative, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Alamin? The vote is 1 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 1 yes, 6 no. Moving back to the first round of discussion.
Madam Chair, can I continue this? Or am I done?
You're done.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I think we need to lower the time back down to 9 o'clock and have them with parents. Because from what I seen at downtown, even for young people to have a good time, the U of M lot, nothing was going on, but there were also parents there. When we got to downtown, literally you had people with those COVID masks on and they were fighting. They were fighting. They were running across the street. You know, there were some people on those little mini bikes that were down there. They climbed up that lamp post, knocked it down, broke it. They had to cord that off. And there were no parents around all the kids who were out there doing whatever they want to do. There weren't. And so when we look at even kids don't behave that way when their parents are around. And if their children are going to be a menace, let the parents be out with them. So I'm not, was it 11 o'clock? 11 o'clock up until, or to what, Fort, where's my thing at?
It's at the very back of this one. And for 12 and under, it's 10 p.m. 14 and under, it's 11 p.m. And then 17 and under, it is, I'm sorry. For 12 and under, it's 10 p.m. 14 and under, it's 11 p.m. And 17 and under, looks like we have them at midnight.
That's too late. It is too late. And what I seen with them kids, I literally had to make a 911 call because they were beating a girl to death. And there were police actually tying up the post with cording it off with caution tape or crime scene, whatever yellow tape is. And then there was one right on the side of where the Water Street, and they did not care. No parents. And that, to me, we need to start making these parents be responsible for their own kids. You know, and it's not the job of the police to police these kids. It's just not. And we're not talking about one or two. There were numerous. And then they would run across the street, beat her up. They were fighting right there by the sign. Then they would run across, put their mask on. Then they would look and see. And we were stuck in traffic. And so you could not drive out of what they were doing. And they were kids, and you could hear the girl, she looked like they were teenagers, and she was hollering. They pushed her up against the building, and they were just beating her up. It was a whole gang. Then some more came and ran down, going north on Saginaw Street. And then the ones who were over by the county building hollered, "Y'all too late. We whooping her A." And so we were literally stuck in, we're watching and how they pushed her up into like the little cove, and they were just fighting. Now, where are all these kids' parents at? We're not talking 5, 10, or 20. We're talking about 30, 40 kids. And we hate to say we're profiling them, but these kids with these masks on, they're the ones who were doing it. The little hospital mask. And officers, I don't blame them. Some of them get outnumbered. They don't know if these kids got guns, because we know that we're losing kids. And I can't even download the new app because it was just a shooting not too long ago. And I mean, we're getting it all over. And so I think it needs to be, look, make these parents responsible. You produce these kids, y'all need to take care of them. And it's not the job of the police to keep taking care of people's kids that they have not parented. It is the responsibility of parents to parent your child. And if your child can't go out and behave in public, they need to be at home with you. So I'm ready to do the work here because we're going to be off for 30 days. And whatever that looks like, I'm here for it tonight. But I think midnight for some and 11 for the other. Send all of them home at 9 o'clock or be with your parents unless you got the work permits.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the, what is this, first round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Chair, I'm looking through this too. I think in all of the different sections that talk about minors under 17, I think that should be changed to minors under 18. I know there's going to be, minors under 18, because shoot, I'm like Burns, Councilwoman Burns. Shoot, you need to be in the house. There's too much going on. And I think it should be changed to 9 o'clock too. In fact, if need be, We need to change it to 6 o'clock PM. I got a group of individuals over in my area riding around, causing havoc throughout the area, the neighborhood, riding around on mini bikes and scooters, riding through people's yards and everything. And I think that the parents need to take responsibility. Raise your children. The parents need to be accountable. I was downtown, I believe it was Friday night, and I saw a lot of children unsupervised, just roaming around. And that's when a lot of issues happen. They were not with adults. They were not supervised. They just walking around, being mischievous. And, it has to stop. So I think that we need to change minors, should be minors under 18. And I think the curfew should be 9 o'clock as well. And I don't want it to just be the school year. It should be all year. So, and then, I don't know, I don't think it should be sectioned off as minors under 12, minors 14 and under, minors 12 and under, minors 14 and under. I think we should just, across the board, minors under 18, period. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So I was looking at what other municipalities are doing. Detroit is one of them. Their ordinance says 15 and under, 10 p.m., 16 to 17, 11 p.m. So that's definitely fair. Also, looking at municipalities, when I had a conversation with the Philadelphia council members, theirs is 13 and under by 9:30 and 14 to 17 by 10. So I understand the sentiment of saying 9 o'clock, and I'm not against it, but in the summer, it's still light outside. And so I want to be fair in terms of that, because if it's light outside, and I would want to be enjoying the festivities as well. But our issue is this. Our issue is enforcement. So we do all the ordinances if we want to. If we don't have anybody to enforce them, then we are wasting our time. So through you, Madam Chair, do we have any police representation in the House?
We do not.
All right, so that's part of the problem. There's none that are on assignment per the residents. I've seen when I posted the curfew, I saw that many people, they were chiming in, and this is what one person said. One person said the police were just walking past the kids, teenagers not asking for no IDs or nothing. It was mind-blowing. And so, again, the question is, we can talk about making it 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, but who is going to enforce this? What is the protocol? What are the procedures that they're using for enforcement? And also some people question if the Juneteenth enforcement will look better than the crime enforcement. I don't know. So that's something that we have to consider. How are we going to enforce these ordinances that we're implementing? And then when we're talking about the face mask, other municipalities, and again, Philadelphia is one of them, they have the face mask ordinance. I would love to bring this before the body so we can eliminate that. But again, what will that look like in terms of enforcement? If we put that on the book saying, no, you should not be wearing, or you cannot wear those shiesty masks, because that's what they call them. If they cannot wear those in the summer, then who's going to enforce that? So I don't want to get in the business of creating ordinances that we can't enforce, but I do understand that this one is already on the books. But my question is, and this is through our to administration, to our police leaders, how are we looking to enforce what we have or whatever we amend? Because right now, you know, I put it together. I made a flyer stating the possible fines and penalties that may come if this is broke. But according to Juneteenth, they said every single thing was broken, nothing was happening. So again, the question is, how are we going to enforce these ordinances? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. I know we have thrown out a lot of different times, a lot of different things that we would like to see. I personally, I'm fine with the age categories only because a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old are not going to have the same, oh Lord Jesus, they should not have the same sense of responsibility. They should not have the same mind frame as far as behaviors in public. And so for me, I would love to see 12 and under at 7 p.m., 14 and under at 8 p.m., and 17 and under at 9 p.m. But I think what we can do today, Mari, I know you are in the building. If you could please join us. It's one of our very, very active youth in the city. And so I know that she's also done a lot of, had a lot of conversations with other youth, had a lot of conversations with parents. And so if you could just shed some light on some of the conversations that you had, as well as if you have any suggestions as far as curfew goes.
First, I want to make it clear. I am not an expert when it comes to the youth, but I am a youth in this community who is friends with multiple youth in this community, and I am aware of what some of my peers are doing after hours. We need to make sure that there are special event curfew is used for all large gatherings, holidays, and events downtown, and not just for Back to the Bricks and other similar events. Friday was Juneteenth. It was an overall amazing day for our community, but the issue we ran into was the city or whoever is in charge of the special events curfew chose not to issue the special events curfew, even though they knew there would be large amounts of young people downtown without adult supervision. By not imposing the special events curfew, it allowed minors to wander around and mingle with adults downtown that were drinking and under the influence at all hours of the night. I am glad we didn't end up with a repeat of 810 Day, but why would we even risk something bad happening? I want to strongly encourage the lowering of the current curfew by at least 1 hour in each age bracket. There is no reason for children under 12 and under to be running around in the streets until 10 p.m. With the gangs that are active in our community that are made up largely of children under the age of 18, we need to be taking every step possible to keep our children safe and try to help deter them from making a decision that could ruin their life or someone else's. We also don't have any third spaces for young people that are even open at those hours. Here is some posts from residents on Facebook about the curfew. Man, I might be wrong, but it's so much going on with the teenagers these days. I don't understand how y'all let y'all babies be downtown unattended. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm judging y'all. It's kids down here frolicking with adults that's drunk/drinking. Absolutely, for those parents who do not enforce what their child comes inside, it would cut back on issues if they have the manpower to enforce it. Yeah, it's too lenient for kids whose parents aren't watching them. Way too much time to possibly intermingle with the adult public and get into trouble. 18 and under home before dark unless what parents are working. Yeah, no 16 or younger should be alone after 10 p.m. Nothing good happens after 10. These are just a few out of a dozen responses when I asked the question, do you think we need to lower the curfew age? That's all I got.
All right, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I do want to take the last minute to say, when it comes to the daytime curfew that is already on the books, I do think we need to look at an 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. time frame for that as well. We are moving into the second round of discussion. Who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So shall we go ahead and make amendments now?
This is what we're talking about doing, Judy.
Okay, I just want to make sure, that's why I wanted to table it, but I've reviewed this a little bit and, let me find, I actually converted it to Word, so I had it. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to remove the following sections: 31-5.1, 31-6.1, 31-7.1. And those are all dealing with school year curfews.
Through the chair.
Madam.
So you all are discussing amending an ordinance. And so you're absolutely allowed to have the discussion, but in order to procedurally amend an ordinance, you have to go through your proper procedures, having your first and second reading and your public hearing, all of those things in order to amend an ordinance. Thank you.
So are you saying that we can go ahead and make these amendments, pass this to council, and that would be first reading?
I don't think that is what the process is. Clerk, would you also chime in?
So, council.
Can we pause her time?
Can I go add back?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So with this, because this currently is before you in its current iteration in the code. So any amendments you make would be almost like a new document. And then those amendments would be sent to the attorney's office for review and approval. And then they could be brought back to the body and voted on for first and second reading.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, we're just simply making amendments, and then those amendments would be sent to the attorney's office. And then from there, it comes back on a committee.
Correct.
And then we would approve that through the committee and then approve it through council. So we're looking at July 22nd committee, July 27th council, and that's only first hearing. First
Again,
reading.
As it was discussed prior, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the updates that were made to this ordinance section, or this code section in the past, for special public events was brought before the council as an emergency ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a possibility that you could add language that would enable you to effectuate it sooner than the standard 30 days.
Perfect. So we could do an emergency ordinance tonight.
I would make the amendments with the recommendation for that to send it to the city attorney's office for review.
Right. But what I'm saying is if we're trying to do an emergency ordinance.
The language amendments that you make could be submitted to the city attorney's office with the proposal that it be considered for an emergency, because emergency ordinance have to have specific standards for it.
Correct.
So like I said, I believe that one before was approved because of issues that were happening.
And we're clearly having those issues again. We just had it on Juneteenth.
Correct.
So we are trying to get to the emergency ordinance point tonight because we're going on break and we know we have other events coming up. So walk us through how we get the emergency ordinance tonight.
You could make the amendments and then it could be referred to the attorney's office to be brought back to you as an emergency ordinance document. That language would have to be established in a certain way.
But that still puts us at the 22nd.
Okay, so you're trying to.
So I have a question. If we make the amendments to the language now, she's sitting here with us now, we refer to her right now. Is it possible if she's comfortable, okay with going over emergency ordinance language, we then introduce it into council tonight and pass it tonight?
That I'm going to have to look into. I can let you know.
How soon can you let me know? Because this is like the
While you're
last thing.
discussing your amendments, I'll look it up right now.
Perfect, sounds good. Okay, so then in the meantime, we can continue talking until we see if we can establish.
Okay, so I'm.
Can we put her time back at 2:30? Councilwoman Priestley, go ahead.
Okay, and also as well as removing the school year curfew sections, changing the hour of the late hour curfew by an hour per age group. So I'm gonna go through it right now. 12 and under, that would be, I agree, 8 o'clock. 12 and under, section 31-5, it would be 8 o'clock. 14 and under would be 9 o'clock. And I'm scrolling down. 17 and under would be, I skipped one, just a second, I skipped it. 12 and under would be 8 o'clock. 14 and under would be 9 o'clock. And 17 or and under would be 10 o'clock. And I so move. I'm looking at that section. Then don't pass.
So, pause our time. So I think what we're looking to do is just for now, because it's an emergency ordinance that we're trying to do, is just put everybody at 9 o'clock for now. And then we fix it in July for the other ordinance, like we fix the time and that way we'll have an opportunity for everyone to submit.
I'm good with that.
Their-
That's my motion. 9 o'clock curfew for emergency curfew ordinance for, to be 9 o'clock for all age groups. And then if they're out later, they have to be accompanied by a parent or guardian. For now, this is just an emergency. Yep, emergency. Yep, 9 o'clock. I think we need a committee.
For information.
What is you want a point or request? What's your request?
To Madam Chair, so what are the penalties if they are out after 9
The
o'clock?
250?
Huh?
The 250. And again, we're just trying to get to an emergency ordinance, so.
Yeah. So the motion has been made. We need a second.
Support.
Look at the roller
I hear
eyes.
what you're saying, but technically we're trying to have a discussion with everybody. So I would ask before you put the motion in place, if we could maybe see if someone else has something, if that makes sense.
I'm good with whatever. I'm just trying to make it safer on the streets. For the kids
I
and
understand,
the
and I
adults.
think that you will have support so far with the
And
9. I just want to
I'm
make
good
sure that
with-
everyone gets an opportunity.
I don't care.
Before we do this, is there anyone else who would like an opportunity to speak to what is being proposed?
Well, the motion has to be made, and then we have discussion. So that still allows people to talk.
Yeah, but then your motion dies, and then what?
Somebody can make another motion during the discussion.
Or, fun
Substitute.
fact, we can just all talk.
Okay, whatever. You know what? I don't care. Do it the way you want. I don't.
Sounds
care.
good. Would anyone else like the floor?
Madam Chair,
Let me go one first, and then I'm gonna come back to you. Go ahead.
I will be for maybe tabling it to give us more time to look at it thoroughly instead of on the hip. I'm all for tabling it, and so we can really get a thorough look at it and from legal and make sure we do it right. Because when you saying like 9 o'clock across the board, that's gonna be for some.
Do you have an alternative that you would like to suggest? Because again, this is an emergency curfew because we will be gone a month and events will not stop just because we're gone.
I mean, it's not really being enforced as it should be anyway. So if we hold it up a second to really get a thorough look.
But what I'm saying, no, this is just an emergency, meaning it's not going to stay in place. You have time to look at this while we're gone.
Oh, okay.
Did you have something you wanted to
No,
suggest? Because I know you said you're not good with 9 across the board.
I'm good. No, not right now.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to, oh, I'm sorry, 6 then 2. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I am for emergency ordinance because let's talk about 10 children died in 2024 from gun violence in the city of Flint. We just had 9-year-old Tahari, and some of these were children who were seen on camera, who were out, who shot that house up with 237 bullets. 237 is what they counted as they processed the house. We have 13-year-old Trinity, another young folks out tied to gang violence. We had a 13 and a 3-year-old 2 years ago tied to drive-by shooting. We have a 7-year-old Zanaya Burns who was killed by a 16-year-old. We have 16-year-old Deborah, her son, who died. I mean, and this was, these kids, I get we talk about enforcement. We had 14-year-old, was it last year, and they shot the mother and the 19-year-old brother. 14-year-old on Alpha Way died. And so when we talk about this, we know we have a problem. We know our kids are out here doing what they want to do. The mask they're wearing, they are wearing the hoodies. If you are wearing a hoodie in 80-degree weather with a mask, and they got the ski mask that they pull over, it's a problem. And they're out in the streets and people are getting killed. They're shooting up homes. I just got a call and 2 text messages about shooting on, actually in the first ward, Beltree, Barber Drive.
Oh boy.
And they're shooting up homes. They shoot them up from the back of the house now.
And that,
From the back of the house. And so let these parents be home. And I know it may put an issue with, enforcement, but it gives the officers something to say. Take them to their parents. I mean, that's going to be, Chief Green isn't here. He should have been watching last week. That's his job. We need to pass it. He needs to figure out what to get them off the streets. I mean, these kids their problem, and they're carrying weapons. I'm talking about the 5 kids who were actually pulled over, 12 to 15 years old at 9 o'clock p.m. Parents didn't pick them up to 2:30. They were still at the with the Flint police. And so these parents need to be responsible. We need to vote this in tonight, 9 o'clock p.m. Let the parents deal with them. If you don't want to raise your kids, don't have them. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
So I'm looking at what Detroit has. And so they have, yes, they do have more police. But again, if it's not being enforced, we're wasting our time anyway. So if we're going to put an emergency ordinance on the books, at least let it be fair to the 16 and 17-year-olds as well. So what they have on their books right now for their current ordinance is 15 and under. They say there are 10 p.m. Let's make that 9 p.m. For the 16 and 17-year-olds, at least let's be fair. Again, I'm not a 16 or 17-year-old. Do we have any 16 or 17-year-olds in the building that would like to speak on this? All right, please, through you, Madam Chair. Oh, so she's not 16 for real? Oh, okay, all right.
13? I think she's 13.
And so what they have, they broke it up between 15 and under and 16 and 17-year-olds. So I will be willing to support 15 and under, 9 o'clock, 16 to 17, 10 o'clock. Because if you look outside, it's still daylight. I don't want to put a curfew in place and the sun is still out. I mean, it's still daylight. I want to make sure that we're doing it in a fair way. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that it's enforced. So I will support it if it's 15 and under, if they have it 9 o'clock, 16 to 17-year-olds, 10 o'clock. That'll make it fair for the 16 to 17-year-olds. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, so we're looking at two things. We're either looking at 9 o'clock across the board, or 9 for 15 and under, and then 16 and 17, 10 p.m. That's what we're looking at. And this is just an emergency curfew because, again, we are going to come back in July and fix the entire ordinance. So it is up to this body at this moment. I guess first, Madam Chair, Councilwoman Priestley made a motion for 9 p.m. across the board. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis.
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. I believe there was a second motion proposed by Councilwoman Lewis where we do 9 o'clock for 15 and under and 10 o'clock for 16 and 17-year-olds as an emergency curfew.
We'd like discussion on that.
Is there support?
I'll support for discussion.
There's support. Is there anyone in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley.
The reason why I'm against that, and I think, and I understand where Dr. Lewis is coming from, but it's so difficult to tell the ages of people in the teenage years. You don't know where that age break is. So are we going to have our officers who are already overworked go through that and say, okay, you got your ID for all these people who are walking the streets? Although that's not a bad idea. It's absolutely, but it's so much easier to just say, it's 9 o'clock, why aren't you home? And that's the reason why I'm not in favor of your idea, is because you can't tell the age of the people. Also that you can't, without our officers stopping them and asking for IDs, they don't know for sure what their ages are. So if they just have a blanket, hey, go home, it's past your curfew, then I just think it makes it more complicated on an emergency basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
I'll go 2, then 6.
Go ahead, Luca.
Councilwoman in the 2nd ward.
So I hear what Councilwoman Priestley is saying. I definitely appreciate that. But in my older years, I mean, if you under 25, you all look young to me. So I really can't say that that's the case. So at the end of the day, you know, we are. How would you know if someone looks 16 or 17 compared to 2019? A lot of people physically, they look grown. And so what we're looking at stopping people that look underage, period. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm being equitable to the young people that are 16 and 17-year-olds, because you don't treat 16 and 17-year-olds that are responsible like you do 15 and under. It's a level of when you're 16 and 17, you're a junior in high school and you move a little differently than you would as a underclassman. So I'm just trying to give them some grace. Now, I don't mind 9 o'clock, but again, as we look outside, it's light outside. And I don't want to punish people for, and our park ordinance says from dusk to dawn, they can be outside playing. So now you telling me I'm outside playing basketball because it's after 9 o'clock because our parks stay open from dusk to dawn. And so now I'm in trouble because I'm running full because it's after 9 o'clock. I mean, and it's light outside. It doesn't seem fair. However, again, we can't make decisions for people without the people. So I wish that we had more youth here speaking up to this. But since we do not, again, I think that's why I'm standing on 15 and under, 9 o'clock, 16 to 17, 10 p.m., just out of fairness. But if this body, we will pass something tonight, but I just wanted it to be on the record that my goal was for 9 o'clock, 15 and under, and 16 to 17-year-old, 10 p.m. We need to do something. And so if we all have to go back to the 9 o'clock, I'm not against it. I'm not going to kill it just for GP because we need this. But we need enforcement. So again, since we have no one here that's willing to speak to that, young people, I will go yield my time and let my colleagues speak. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like, Councilwoman Burns?
Thank you. To you, Madam Chair. Mr. Edwards, so can I have you at the lectern podium, the middle of the floor? Thank you. So here's the thing. So enforcement is important. We do not have anyone from the police department who can speak to this. Chief Green doesn't take my calls. So, and this, I don't care whether it's political or not, these are people's lives. They just had a party which is a known nuisance house on Barth Street. Literally, I saw people, they FaceTime me. I'm in my pajamas up working. And I had people who called me on Barth Clement Street. Will he be able to enforce this? They first actually made a call at 8:30. Young people having a party. They were drunk. They were passing out on the lawns and literally FaceTiming. It's like, you need to see this. That first call went in at 8:38. We don't have enough police. If we do this, because this is you, the city administrator, you the next person, and you know how that line goes. Is this putting too much of a burden on Chief Green and the police department?
I was a probation agent in this city.
I know.
For 28 years. And I know that working with youth and trying to put boundaries is a complicated thing. GVRC, the detention center out there.
It's full.
Full. I mean, the entire time I worked in that area, full. It's always been a complicated thing. More resources are even taken from juvenile sources and put towards pushing in the adult system. So I would just tell you that it's been a complicated problem for the last 20 years. And it's still going to be complicated to enforce because there's always a lot of issues, crime issues going on at the same time. And the police we don't have the size force we once had. They're being pulled in a lot of different directions.
And thank you. That's why I called you up here. People don't know really what your background is. And as a parent, I mean, these are not the same parents that our parents were. They're not the same. I can say Mari's mama is everywhere. Your mama's everywhere with you. And we have some parents who just don't, as long as they're not in the house, they okay.
I had individuals said, let them take care of themselves while I was doing that job.
And so with this, I mean, I think I'm gonna vote on it. I know it's gonna be a problem for the police, But I don't, what else can we do? I mean, and it's not just our problem. The detention center is a county facility, is that correct?
Yes.
The one on Pasadena.
Yes.
I used to ride my kids by and tell
Yes.
them, you do something, you better want to stay with the police, because this is where you're going to be. Because if I got to come get you, it's going to be a problem. I got my threats in soon and early. So I don't know. We have, and this is pushing it to the parents. I don't know, a collaboration with the sheriff. I don't know if we get a collaboration with Michigan State Police. We need some community policing in our neighborhoods. If the Flint PD can't do it, we need some help. Is it to ask for MOU to get, I know they do mutual aid. We have a problem. They show up when they dead. So can they show up before? And we know they do gunshots. Is someone dead? Do you see someone with I know the whole skit. Do you see someone with a weapon? What are they wearing? Can we do this to work this? I am going to, and I get what you said, but I want them to know, because of what your background is, that this is really about the kids. And it is a problem. It's a big problem. And they want to charge the kids, with adult crimes. They don't even take in fact that these kids have been poisoned with lead. Flint kids are not the same as other children in other neighboring municipalities. Lead stays in the body and it affects the brain differently. They don't want to talk about that. So this needs a whole discussion where we could just talk, but thank you for sharing.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman?
it's just the second round. So how about this? Can we make it, everybody come in at dusk?
What's dusk?
When it get dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it get dark, because again, daylight hours is precious, and I used to have to come in when the street light came on. So I don't want to, I want people to enjoy their summer, especially when you're doing the right thing. So dusk mean when it get dark,
so we saying
go
9:30.
be home. So we have to say a time? Okay.
So
So 9 should be good.
So we
9:30 seems fair.
Yeah, 9:30 is even, this is, well, when I was a child, it was streetlights come on, you go home. You better be home, but that.
Yeah,
What was
some,
that?
some blocks don't even have street
That
lights
was a
now.
long time ago. Yeah, you're right. It was a long time ago. As the oldest person on council.
That part.
And yeah, our streetlights are being worked on, but that's fine. I'll support that. Are you making a motion, Ms. Dr. Lewis?
Across the board.
All right, I'll make a motion that curfew for all age groups at 9:30.
There's a motion on the floor for curfew, the emergency curfew to be 9:30 for 17 and under.
I was at 18 and under.
That's 17 is under 18.
I'm hungry.
Because if you say 18, now the 18-year-olds have to be in. What's that? So 17.
20-year-olds.
So there's a motion for an emergency curfew for 17 and under to be in by 9:30 p.m.
Support.
That's
It's already in there.
obvious.
It's already in there.
Is there support?
Support. I said support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That emergency curfew passes, so
We'll go to council.
we'll go to council. And hopefully by then we will also have that resolution.
How many we got to wait on?
Go ahead, Madam.
We're putting our attorney to work.
So, I did look into the charter language for the emergency ordinance,
Mm-hmm.
and it will still need to be published with a public hearing held before it can be enacted. So it has to have 5 days' notice in whatever, so if you vote today to amend it and approve the amendment, then I would have to publish notification in this form that you have voted on,
Mm-hmm.
and it has to have at least 5 days' notice for a public hearing. Considering the dates that the Flint Journal is published, the earliest I could publish a notice for that hearing would be Thursday, the 25th.
So basically, let's hope the police enforce what we have.
You would, otherwise you'd have to have a special meeting.
We can't have a special meeting because that's beyond the time. Because you said it has to be published for 5 days, right?
Yes, I would publish on the 25th. The notice, you could have the meeting on the 1st or the 2nd of
We
July.
can't legally have a meeting on the 1st or 2nd of July.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Oh, that's right, because it's the 2 weeks after.
Right. The resolution stated through this, from the
Yeah,
6th through.
are you all going to show
However,
up?
emergency ordinance has to have 2/3 vote to,
So we need 6 people to show up.
and vote yes.
Also, through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
in addition to what Clerk Donahue is stating, you do need that 2/3 vote for the emergency ordinance. It would only be in effect for 61 days, and it can be enacted after publication. I'm not certain that you need the public hearing, because I'm thinking about during COVID.
Right.
The, that section 3-303 speaks to the public hearing.
Councilman Alameen? Councilman Alameen, can we borrow you really quickly?
I'm on the elevator.
No, I need a 6th vote. Go ahead, Clerk Donahue.
Oh, I was just stating that the emergency ordinance language speaks to 3-303, which talks about a public hearing. The public hearing can be held on the same day that it's enacted.
But if Madam Attorney is interpreting it as if we have 6 votes today, then it can just be enacted after it's published.
But it's 2/3.
Because that's 2/3.
Section 3-303 speaks to a public hearing.
Madam Attorney?
I believe that section is referring to what is published.
Okay, let's just go with it. They figured out we didn't vote the stuff wrong before. This is something important. I'm for it.
So Madam Attorney, you're saying that if we have 6 people in agreement with this, we can just publish it and the emergency ordinance is in effect?
With the proper language included in the ordinance, an affirmative vote of 2/3, it would not become effective until published, and it would expire on the 61st day.
We're just doing
I'm
emergency.
just making sure you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
all the information.
Yeah.
So we have 5 to go to council, and then
So
if
the
we just put it at the
But
top
we
of
need 6
council.
that but if Leon has.
We can put it at the top. Put it at the top.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good. Or don't separate it, just. Okay, I'm good.
All right, so that has passed the council. That was the last thing on this agenda. There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Everybody that wanted to speak has already signed in. The time is now 9:05 p.m. on June 22nd. I hereby call this Flint City Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
We didn't do roll call.
She wants to get it. I know. I go.
Madam Clerk, we need to start our meeting.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Johnson.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Alamin, if you could please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have the language for the ordinance? For the curfew?
No.
Well, he
Okay.
needs to vote.
She's gonna move this before public hearing.
All right, we ready? Yeah. So we got 5 minutes.
Yep. It's now time for the prayer of blessing. Is there any, before we get to that, is there anyone who would like to remember a loved one or say a prayer for a family who is currently grieving?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Alamin.
I would just like to send a prayer to the Randolph family who lost their mother today.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing as how there is no one else, Councilman Alamin, will you please lead us in prayer? Yes. Councilwoman Priestley.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the opportunity to come together and work for the residents of the city of Flint. Be with us all and those who are grieving, and keep them under your wing. Amen.
Amen. Now it is time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for
Chair.
changes and/or additions?
I'd like
Yes.
to move 260228, ordinance number 260228, ahead of public hearings.
Support.
Is that the emergency? Can we do it that way? Clerk Donahue, I want to make sure because it's an emergency.
So since there is no hearing attached to the ordinance, I don't see why you couldn't move it to the beginning of the agenda.
We can, Councilwoman Priestley, put it right after the public hearings. Are there any more agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are
Through the chair.
Yes.
We have the 2 resolutions that we spoke about in closed session.
We will add both of those resolutions. Madam Clerk, do you have the numbers for both of those?
We don't give them numbers until after
We,
the meeting.
but we will add both of those without objection, and then we can separate them with the consent agenda.
Correct, you just want to refer to them as 3 and 4 because we already had a 1 and 2.
So then we will add on resolution 3 and 4. That's fine. We will add those to the agenda, and because we haven't separated anything yet, so. All right, are there any more requests for agenda changes and/or additions? All right, since how we do not have any more requests for agenda changes and/or additions, we will now move on to public hearings. 260151.6, public hearing vacation of section of Brush Alley. It's a public hearing to consider vacation of section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to northern parcel line of property located at 718 Harrison Street in Flint. We will go ahead and open that public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to speak specifically to that item, the floor is now open. We will speak specifically to that item.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. It's on, okay, speak to the public, the Buckingham Alley and the other alley that they're talking about Harris, connected to.
This is Brush Alley.
Brush Alley, what? Brush Alley? Same thing, lady. I want you to know I worked in that alley when I was 15, 16 years old at Stetman Restaurant. And he never allowed nobody to come up in there to get a meal, but I got hired in the kitchen through the alley washing dishes. And another thing, he thought somebody was
Mr.
robbing
Mitchell,
him
this
because
is about the vacation of the alley.
Huh?
This is about the vacation of the alley.
The vacation of the alley, but these DDA peoples in Flint, you see how the first war tried to run out to keep them kept them voting, nothing happened in here, and the Peapot man gonna come and run out, whispering over there to you, the lawyer.
Mr. Mitchell, this is a public hearing considering the vacation of section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to northern parcel line of the property located at 718 Harrison Street.
Hey, like I say, lady, you peoples want to get a 30-day off without, in July 1st coming and July 29, after the guy told me you ain't got no.
This is about the vacation of the alley for the last time.
Okay, lady, same thing as, like, stay tuned, New York, and you see how Flintstone gonna deal with this situation in Flint.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to public hearing vacation of section of Brush Alley? It's a public hearing to consider the vacation of a section of Brush Alley from East 4th Street to northern parcel line of the property located at 718 Harrison Street in Flint. Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak to this item, we will go ahead and close out that public hearing. Moving along to public hearing 260209.6, which is the public hearing new Class C tavern license site, a sit-down tap room and purveyor, and that's a public hearing to consider the tap room at 703 South Grand Traverse Street. We will go ahead and open that public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to that particular item? That particular item only.
Like I say, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I'm gonna speak to this tavern thing on Grand Traverse Street, over in that area. I used to stay on that 10th and Garland Street, and I used to walk through there.
This is about the sit-down tap room.
I approved this to keep on approved as a citizen of Flint. I approved that this tavern be appointed by we the peoples of Flint and use spring water to put in the beer. And anyway, R.L. Mitchell approved this situation at the tavern over on Grand Traverse. Tick-tock that.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the public hearing of the new Class C tavern? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the public hearing on the new Class C tavern license? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the public hearing on the new Class C tavern license for the sit-down tavern? Seeing as how there's no one else, we will go ahead and close out that public hearing as well. Moving on to the separated agenda item. Councilwoman Priestley. Hold on.
I make a motion to approve 260228.
There's a motion to approve 260228, which is the emergency ordinance, the emergency curfew change. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round? Is there discussion in the second round? Hearing no discussion, this is a roll call vote for ordinance 260228. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution 260228, the emergency curfew change, has passed. Moving on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Alamy.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, as you see, this label of approving this situation in Flint about throwing the baby out with the pea pot water. That's what this really is about. You're 16 years old, working downtown in the parking lot, and the popo come and spray the man food and throw the kid in jail, talking about he threatening with some thongs. Run in front of his daddy and the whole family there, and the popo that did that stuff is right back there in the back right now. And everybody on the council looking like a mule in headlights or a deer in headlights, like they don't know what they're talking about. Putting these kids, talking about the kids got a curfew to go in the house. They out there making a living, and they act like they can't think for themselves. 16-year-old telling their mamas what, and they sitting up there letting them and put them in jail then for 3 days, and then let this dude with the pea pot go back in behind. Yeah, when you gonna put that dude on? Don't put them in after you gonna see how we deal with the DDA for doing that dude that way. The boy, the professional boxer, and the cop calling out, talking about 36 people, so many people, 17 people got killed, like people like y'all, and nobody addressed that stuff like that. And hurry up and get out of here like we the people says okie dokie. But as a grown up in Flint, talking for every grown up in Flint, Michigan, R.L. Mitchell, never throw our babies out with the pea pot. Throwing your baby out with the bath water. That's the bath water is the pea pot. What that guy talking about, done sued the Flint for the kid taking the baths after he come home from working all day long in the parking lot, DDA down. They don't want no darkies in the middle of downtown Flint. That's what it's all about. And they can't talk. Team Challenge came or talk for themselves. They talk about unsupervised with Hurley Hospital mask on and junk, making the kids look like he an infidel from his birth and all that junk in the day. You see, there ain't no man on the council. The man, hurry up, only man was in the first ward, like, got to get permission by a woman, Miss Priestley, to get out of here, cause all that junk for he can keep on doing that stupid non-voting stuff for the peoples in Flint. Like, who do you think we is, you stupid, wicked, smart, junkie? like I say, I remember to approve this message. Stay tuned, New York. We're gonna deal with this trick-or-treat Halloween vampire city in the Buckingham Alley.
Thank
Harry
you.
Potter Alley. Take
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Peachy, I believe he's gone. Beverly Biggs Levy, she's gone. Oh, sorry.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. I have a question. Okay, Leon, he's gone, I see, but he has the building on Flint Park and Martin Luther King that he got $300,000 for. And now he's saying it's on the demolition list. Can we get a financial report on where that money went to? Because if he got it for to fix up that building, why is he not doing it? It's on the demolition list. Where did the money go? I know you guys would not ask that question. You need to have that put on the council to find out where did the money go. It's very important. We, the city, is keep giving you guys money and you're not doing what you're supposed to do with it as far as taking care of things. LaShawn, I like you, but you're tired. You should stay home because you're not really doing anything for our council because you sleep half the time. I got a picture of you last week. Your head was on the arm of the chair. This is ridiculous that your guys come up here and you don't answer any question, anything somebody say, you have nothing to say. Judy was asleep last week. It looked like she's asleep now. It's time out that y'all walking around here getting paid to come up here to go to sleep. Have a blessed day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
And you know this, man.
How y'all doing today? I just came here to say this. Please don't put nothing on that Bluick land that is not going to bring us a whole lot of jobs. Back when all of this first came about with Ashley Capital and this Buick City land work site, as y'all know, Quincy Murphy, he received a lawnmower from them. But Quincy would have voted to give them that land and everything without the lawnmower because of those promises of the 3,000 jobs. And if him or Eric Mays was here, or both of them was here, they would be standing for those jobs. So I'm asking y'all to write some kind of resolution up demanding that whoever put a plant down on that property, that it includes 3,000 jobs for our residents. Thank you.
Is there anyone, next public speaker?
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
I think he left.
April Stone.
Hi, my name is April Stone. First, I'd like to thank you, Ms. Burns. And I would also thank Ms. Lewis. She said she had some handling in the tearing down of the garage that was falling on my house, and they finally tore it down after I got a concussion. Then they came out and tore it down. But I want to commend the people that came out. Smalley's Boyer's Construction and Smalley's Trucking Company. They did extra amount of work. They did above and beyond what they were supposed to do. And land bank still ain't been back out to cut the grass. They did take some of the grass out and the trees out that they weren't supposed to. They took down all that they could, minus tearing down the wires. So I do want to commend the young man. He was a young black man too, with his own business, Boyer's Construction. He comes out of Detroit, and Smalley's is out of Lansing. And they did go above and beyond, like I say. And I wanted to say something about this, the kids being out. And when I had my, I want to say something about these kids and this lead poisoning and everything. I had the lady tell me, I said, these kids should have been buying some hooked on phonics since they making all this money selling drugs, and had one of the parents tell me they didn't need to know hooked on phonics because they was making paper. These parents is endorsing the crack their children are selling and the guns. And so, yeah, y'all need to hold them responsible for their children. Also, I had to take a young man in, a homeless child. His mother was on crack, and this child is a lot of lead, ADHD and stuff, lead poisoning in these children, and nobody's helping them. And kids and parents are putting them out. I had to take a young man that was sleeping in an abandoned house to keep him from sleeping in the dark in an abandoned house, and have me drop him off, just drop me off on the corner. No, you're not going to no house on the corner. Where you going? And he finally told me the truth, and I took the little child home. And his mama done put him out, and he ain't got nowhere to go. And there's nothing for these kids to do, and nowhere for no help for these children that have been messed up by this lead
Thank
and this
you.
water.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tanya Jones.
Okay, my name is Tanya Jones. I advocate for my son as part of the opioid crisis. I see you guys talking about, my kids are grown, all of them grown, 35, 32, and 30. But when you guys making, curfew time, she keeps saying Detroit and other areas. First of all, here, from my understanding, they've been affected by the water. So, I think there should be a big difference. These kids dealing with something totally different. When it comes to autism, my son has pervasive development disorder. So it should be considerate of, you don't know how these kids acting mentally out here. I was downtown for Juneteenth, and I'm like, Sherry, come on, would you get me back home? Because they didn't just have masks on, COVID masks. They had whatever the mask you call, to cover their whole face. So, these kids don't know, they don't have nobody to go to. So curfew should be consideration. It's not just about our kids, your kids. Some kids don't have no guidance out here. And another thing, I just made an appointment with, Chief Green. I went down there trying to make an appointment with him today, and the mayor. It's in the book. I just went there trying to make an appointment with both of them today because of my son being maced. Okay, last week I said tased, but he was maced on the 18th. I did a medical pickup. When I did a medical pickup, they maced my son. And with it being a medical pickup, they should never mace my son. Quick as he maced my son, he could have shot my son because he's black. We want to do that because he's black. So guess what? I'm his mother. I'm advocating for him. What if somebody else act out? Okay, it was a medical pickup and they maced my son. So guess what? They maced my son. I'm going to address it. I got him. And I've been saying that since I came here. I've been violated. I've been not understood, everything since I've been coming down here to this Flint City Council. And the fact you maced my son, Chief Green, the police got raises and everything, but you don't mace my son. So I'm here to stay, and I'm going to address it. And my thing is to Tanya Burns, whatever you said, the plan that they have out in Grand Blanc, out in Davis, and in the other areas, it need to be here. So if you can bring that up here and get together, whatever y'all do, but make sure that don't happen to somebody. So if you look at the video, I'll have a live video. If he did it because he was scared. The only son, one officer. So it was all handled wrong. I've been doing a medical pickup for my son for years. So what they did by my son, they violate him. So I made an appointment. I know they're not gonna go through it, but I will be with the FBI and higher up. I'm that mother. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Tracy Frazier.
Good evening, Council. Tracy Frazier, 4th Ward. I want to talk about the curfew. First, I want to say my youngest was robbed at gunpoint at Amos Park with an assault rifle in broad daylight. So, Liddell, I don't think the daylight matter. But to say this, because I'm sitting here hearing y'all talk about this stuff, and I'm more of a, what can we do? I'm not a complainer. I'm more of a how we solve this problem. So with you guys being out, and we have several events going on in the city, those events, the people who are putting those events on, cordon the area off, make people show ID. That can be one way. We know we don't have enough police to kind of go through and do the checks and balances and see who's who, how old they are, and so forth and so on. But let's do something collaborative with the event holders to make sure they are doing a check-in. It shouldn't be wide open. A lot of the violence that are happening in the city is amongst the youth. I used to work for Flint Public Schools with the middle school and the elementary school. My job was to make sure that the school was compliant with suspensions and disciplines, especially with students who receive IEP services. I know our babies have been poisoned. This will be a lifetime challenge for them. I think the city also needs to complete an ordinance that works with the school district to make sure that those IEPs and anything that supports these children who have these problems are supported across the board. Get some team building stuff going on with these schools. That has to happen because a lot of times they are short-staffed. Special education services in Flint schools is horrible. I'll be at that meeting talking about that as well. They're not compliant. That means these kids are not getting serviced in school. When I worked at the middle school, for 2 consecutive years over the summer, we had our students die from gun violence. So it has to be a collaborative plan between the city and the schools to address this. That curfew, bring it down an hour, bring it back an hour for each group. And these events that's being held in the city, if they cannot check IDs, you can't come in. Cordon it off. It don't need to be open. So I'm solution-based. I hope that helps somewhat, but we need to have more partnership. And I believe the city would benefit from partnering with the public schools to make sure we got some across the board, and the parents got to be held accountable. It has to be some realistic accountability.
That was the final public speaker. It's now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken, and individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone who stayed this late because we've had a lot to cover, a lot. And our children, it does have to be a collaborative effort with all the schools. We need the county. We need the state. We need our clergy. We need our churches. It has to be a part with everyone because we got some serious problems. The kids that we seen out on Juneteenth are probably not the kids who are going to be even applying for the jobs. If this group of kids, it's a whole different dynamic. But I do want to say this. There will be a forum tomorrow at Calvary United Methodist Church at 2111. It is an informational town hall where we will have our environmentalist, Dr. Brandy Brown. She will be giving information about data centers so that we have got good information. So everyone is welcome 5:30 at Calvary United Methodist Church on Flushing Road, 2111. Everyone is welcome. Councilwoman Michaud had placed was it a week ago? 2 weeks ago, she put a hot topic on about the moratorium for data centers as they were being placed on many communities throughout the U.S. So everyone is welcome to come, ask your questions. Anything, there's no question that is not an intelligent question. Come find out, get the information we need to either move forward, to stop, or where do we go? But get the information. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response?
Madam
Seeing how
Chair.
there's Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much. So just wanted to tell Ms. Stone, you're definitely welcome. I'm glad that they were finally able to move on that garage so it won't fall over into your yard. I know it's been years in the making, but definitely happy that they moved on your behalf. And also, oh, she left, so never mind. Want to highlight a few things that's happening in our community. It is so many good things happening that I must share. The first thing is I heard people saying that there were not many opportunities for 14-year-olds promised at the Teen Resource Job Fair. Well, the good thing is Young, Gifted, and Green, they are providing opportunities for 11 to 18-year-olds to be youth energy assessors. So if you are interested in your young person learning a skill, being engaged in STEM, and also earning a few extra dollars, consider applying for that. And you can find all this great information on my page where I post great information happening in the city of Flint. Next, we also have our Flint Police Department 4th Annual Recruitment Fair. We talk about we have the lack of enforcement. This is the time to be a part of the solution. Want to invite the community to come out from 11 to 3. So if you know a young person that don't know what they want to do for their career, or someone that would like a change, or someone that would just like more information and would like to interface with our public safety heroes, bring them out 11 to 3. All of the community is invited. And lastly, we have the big reveal for the Haskell's Community Center. It is taking place tomorrow at 11 p.m. There will be food, games, and fellowship, and an opportunity for individuals to see the great things that's happening at Haskell's. It's going to be a big reveal to me too, because although it's in the second ward, I don't know what's going on there. So I'm going to be excited to take a look and see what's going on. So I invite all to come out at 11 a.m. Thank you.
I get that. That was funny. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? All right, seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak during council response, I will go ahead and just take a few minutes here, and I want to make sure that I do invite residents out to something that I think is very important and perfect for the time that we are in now. I know a lot of times people are not aware of what Michigan Public Service Commissioners do. If you are not aware what a Public Service Commissioner does, they are the ones who give consumers permission, DTE permission, to do rate hikes for residents. And I know we often have questions about why they are granting rate hikes, and what is the process and what is the purpose of that. We do have the pleasure of having a Michigan Public Service Commissioner joining us on Friday to discuss their role and what they do and to answer some important questions. And so that is going to take place Friday, June 26th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at 6031 DuPont Street. Again, that's Friday from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Come out and hear from a Michigan Public Service Commissioner about their roles, responsibilities, and if you have any questions about that. They will also be talking about water, data center rates, economic development, and anything along those lines. But I think more importantly is we are always asking who keeps giving DTE and consumers permission to raise rates and why. This is your opportunity to hear firsthand and then to also ask some important questions of a Michigan Public Service Commissioner. With that said, I will go ahead and yield the rest of my time. It's now time for the consent agenda. Councilwoman Priestley.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there support?
Support.
It's moved and properly supported. Are there separations? I will go ahead and separate add-ons 3 and 4. And if you're not clear on what 3 and 4 are, 3 is the resolution rescinding, resolution approving, engaging a stag. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's Louisa LLC and Kirk Huth Lang and Baldamenti PLC to represent the city of Flint by authorizing the execution of the legal service agreement for the 3M and DuPont public drinking water settlement. So that's going to be add-on number 3. Add-on number 4 is going to be resolution approving proceeding with all requirements to secure proceeds from the film forming foams litigation, MDL number 2873 settlement agreement on behalf of the city of Flint. That is going to be number 4. And we will go ahead and separate the 2 of those. Are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, this is the roll call vote for the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Ms. Burns.
I heard my name.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Burns, I'm sorry.
I was over there, then there, so, and I had not written on this document. So I know we sent some things back, so I'm just making sure. And she was moving quickly. We did separate the 2, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. Moving on to add-on number 3, which is the resolution rescinding, resolution approving, engaging stag, Louisa. How are we pronouncing this other last name, Madam Clerk?
Sorry?
How is this name pronounced? Because I want to pronounce it correctly for the record.
Maybe our city attorney can say it.
Stag, Louisa?
Louisa?
Liuza? I want to pronounce it correctly for the record.
I think Lucy.
Lucy LLC and Kirk Huth Lang and Baldamenti PLC to represent the city of Flint by authorizing the execution of the legal services agreement for the 3M and DuPont public drinking water settlements. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there support? I will support it. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Through you to Attorney Gurley, just so that we're on the record, and I don't know how much we can even talk about up here. And we're missing 4 council members. So we're down to 5. 1, does it state to rescind, does the 2/3, 6 votes, is it required to rescind this resolution?
Not under your council rules. Under Rule 23.1, council has the authority to repeal a resolution of a prior action. And then Rule 23.2 talks about a 2/3 vote if there was not a notice of intention to rescind. And that's in the form of an email or some indication to the city clerk that there was going to be a resolution to rescind.
So 23.2 states a motion to rescind a previous action must be given to the clerk at least 2 days prior to the meeting at which the motion is to be made. However, the council may vote by 2/3 of councilpersons elect to waive that notice. So I'm confused on this one.
So that means that if the clerk had not received notice of the intent to rescind, then the body could, by 2/3 vote, waive having that notice.
But when did she receive it? We just did executive session
I-
today.
I indicated that by email on Friday, and then also.
Well, you know, I don't have a city phone and my laptop's not working.
It's
So,
a-
and I haven't had it for about 2 weeks. So
No.
I don't really have a way.
The notice has to be given to the clerk, not to the body.
Okay,
Yep.
well, we still need to know it because look, I am the 5th person here. And if I go home, this dies. And so through you, Madam Clerk, you do have you did receive it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so my other question is, and I don't know how much we can even discuss with this. So with this rescission, or to rescind, that we're rescinding this to do another resolution, which is, I think, 4, and to do 4, I think we need you to explain this on the record. I mean, can you do that, please? Why we're rescinding and what is the reasoning behind the decision to bring these? Because I don't see the votes here. And for me, and I stated, I prefer to come in when I'll let you go ahead.
So the reason for the rescinding of the resolution approving a settlement agreement with the 2 firms is that it did not go through the vetting process. It is in contravention of the city charter, which states that the law department hires attorneys, special assistants, and also there's a reason to believe that the contingency fee, if at all, should be lower or in a different form as far as what the payment would be to anyone assisting the city with this class action.
So that is too neutral because for me, we missed a deadline and I'm not a big fan of talking behind doors. So this one, so what is the intention that we're going to do? So we're not going with that firm. He talked about, or I don't know if you can say it out here. I don't know. Do we have to have a 2/3 vote to kind of talk and be transparent? Because I want to be transparent. I want residents to know why we're voting, if we're going to rescind it, and what are the exact reasons that we're doing it for.
So, I mean, in addition, because transparency is important, and what was stated during the open council meeting and what was also reiterated during the executive session is that the city is already opted in.
Oh, that's my time.
Continue with your response.
Okay, thank you. The city is already opted in into the settlement, as all municipalities are. There is a discrepancy about what the fee agreement should be. I believe the city can still meet the deadline, and the resolution number 4 gives the city the ability to meet the deadlines by taking all the required actions that we would have taken even if we had approved a settlement agreement with the 2 firms. And if I need to provide more information, I'm not sure if that answers all your questions, councilperson, but I
And I
can
ran
add.
out of time.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
You want to take my time?
I don't think she can't do that.
Yeah.
It was only if the attorney wasn't done answering, and she's done answering. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Burns.
So I would like it to be more transparent. I don't know how transparent you could. So we talked about their third, and are we looking to, I don't know, are we looking to get this at a lower cost? Is that a possible, what we're looking at, or?
Through the chair, the intent is for the city to receive as much of the proceeds as possible, that every penny that is due to the city minus the most minimal fees is the intent of these two resolutions, not to prevent the city from getting the proceeds, but to make the fee agreement representative of the work that needs to go into securing the proceeds.
Okay. Thank you for that. So and we can't talk about what we talked about in executive session. So I don't know if we can do that, because I was for, if we're rescinding this, we're looking for another firm, because we're canceling, the rescission will cancel this firm. And so we don't know which firm we're going to go with, because I believe there's some things that, some due diligence that you have to do, correct?
That is correct.
So everybody left. So y'all know where where I am at is, when we get that company back, it'll be a special meeting. So I'm going home. So we'll have to do a special meeting, and that way we will have, I am fine with another, we're rescinding, let's get the other firm. People have left. Y'all have a good night, because we need to be transparent with these people, and we're not.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? I will go ahead and take my time. Councilwoman Burns, before you leave. I know that if we look at add-on resolution number 4 is what we discussed as far as getting the information for another firm. This add-on resolution number 3, we are rescinding because the biggest reason, and it's been a point of contention on this council several times, is the fact that it was not vetted by legal. I do agree that we need to be prepared to enter into this on July 1st with all of the necessary information, which we have discussed that for the most part, the city has everything that we need to have except for one thing. And we also discussed the fact that in order for us to get to the one thing that we need, that we had to go ahead and rescind. And so unless we rescind, we can't move forward with the other steps. And so I would ask that we go ahead and move forward with rescinding the resolution that the attorneys did not have a chance to vet and go through, so that we can move forward with the other steps. I have also stated that I would be willing to come in for a special meeting, but we can't get to a special meeting without rescinding the other resolution. And so I would ask that we move forward with the steps that we all know are in line with getting us to what you're trying to get us to, and that is on July 1st, us being able to go ahead and make sure that the city has everything
Request
go
for
ahead.
information.
Yes.
Are you saying do one but not do the other? Because and this is where this is hard to even have this conversation, because we can't talk about in depth.
So we discussed the fact that both of these go together. You have to do the one to get to the other, and that.
No, you don't. I mean,
Well, we do,
request
because you
information.
can't. Go ahead.
Because we can rescind, and then if we have the name of the new one, have the new name be placed in the resolution. That's where I was at.
That's fine, but we still need to rescind.
Yeah,
And
but
so
you
we
just said
can't
they
have a
both go
new,
with each other,
but we
though.
can't have a new name unless we do this. So if you leave without
Look,
rescinding,
she
then we
can get an
can't get a
attorney-
name.
Look, she can get a name, we can rescind and do the other one that's at the same time. I'm going home. So we can get the name, because we weren't given the name. And that's
But
what I
we talked about,
Y'all have a good night.
all right.
And then I will come for a special meeting. Yes, ma'am. I have no problem with that. I will come for a special meeting, Attorney Girl.
I guess they heard that.
I absolutely will do that.
Go ahead.
So, Madam Clerk, if we could please go into recess so that we could establish a quorum.
So you want to recess this meeting? You want to recess this meeting?
Yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you. Good night. gotta eat out. Chick, chick here, chick, chick there. Chick, chick everywhere. Which one of y'all ain't ready to go to the egg yet? Come out first. Like I say, New York, stay tuned. You're gonna see who come out of the back room first. They don't want the chick, the hen that laid the golden egg. Everybody trying to get rich off of Flint. 62 cities and municipalities trying to cash in on Flint. But Davina Donahue ain't allowed that. Here she comes. She's the first one come out with the golden egg. Stay tuned. I remember to approve this message. All right, Davina, that was what you get for missing last week. Okay.
The time is now 10:11 p.m. on Monday, June 22nd. I hereby adjourn this Flint City Council meeting due to lack of quorum.